What is going on, guys, gals, and other pals? I am Septilence, here with Poppy to bring you arguably Game 1, or tied for Game 1, of the Big East MAAC Conference.
It's going to be a good one. It's going to be good. Septilence, I am so excited for today, man. I love any type of like tournament-style games. The competition's going to be heavy, and just knowing that, man, we got to win this if we want to keep moving forward. So I'm excited for what they're about to pull out.
Absolutely. The entire tournament is going to be best of 5 for each game, single elimination. So all these teams are already on their last life. There is no redemption arc. There is no second story. These teams have to win every single game they are in. And we're going to go up. Our first game is going to be Marquette versus Siena, which we talked about off stream a little bit already. Looking like it's going to be a close game.
Yes, sir. Looking at these, we have the 8th and the 9th seed going at it. So according to their season, their win-loss was very close, and this is putting them in a already, hopefully, very close matchup. We may potentially see a Game 5 on this first game series. So
yeah, I mean, there's no better way to start than two teams absolutely going toe-to-toe, bringing their 110%, pushing us all the way to that glorious map 5, that Game 5 between these two teams. And, you know, while neither of them maybe had the most consistent or the best season, you know, being 8th and 9th seed, not necessarily a great thing, but, you know, you've made it this far in general. You're here to prove your worth. You know, you've had some time off to practice. How far have these teams been able to come with that practice time? That's the question we're going to have answered today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I mean, man, can't push the envelope enough. It's do or die. So
Absolutely.
They're really, these comms in between games, they have to be talking. They have to be, all right, this is the mistake we made. How are we going to clean this up? And be able to acknowledge the mistakes of the other team, and how are we going to take advantage of this? So that's one of the points that we sometimes overlook, is those in-game comms as well as the in-between game comms. And if that shows character in a team, if they can build off their mistakes and go for it.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to see which one of these teams can build off their mistakes a little bit better as Marquette begins the kickoff against Siena. Now we're going to see that it's already in the back third here for Siena, but they're able to clear it right back down. But Son of Carr from Marquette, notorious to play a very aggressive defense and do a great job while working out through it. And we see X6 is going to be on the ball as well, and it's going to be almost a goal, but it's going to be blocked here. And no, there's going to be a demo coming out from Upa instead. Rusty Manhole able to find the block off the back of that. And now the ball almost goes into goal, but we see X getting a little bit risky there, taking the ball next to their own goal. JFG goes for the shot off the left side of the goal. Son of Carr looking for the setup now, moving a little bit too slow. Going to get blocked out by X6 once again. Rusty Manhole there to screw up the momentum, but no, JFG going to score. That was a sloppy one, but hopefully these teams are just getting warmed up.
Yeah, and that's always hard about like the opening couple minutes of game one is one, you're trying to really get warm as well as you kind of learn your team. And on that one, Marquette, even though it was a little sloppy, like you said, it was there was a lot of pressure, and Siena just couldn't get it out of their zone.
Yeah, Siena, when they get the ball, they've got a pretty decent offense. Marquette definitely known for the offense that they can bring out very early on, and one that they really don't let up on. They get offensive very early, and they just stay there, and they keep the momentum. And if you let them control the pace of these engagements, they're really going to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, like you said it right on. Like, you can definitely notice that about these two teams, and already we're seeing Marquette is still keeping it in Siena's zone. They're trying to play the corner play, but Marquette is matching them every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. They really are just matching that aggression and that energy every time. Marquette now in that unusual situation where they can score again if they want to, but in theory they're really just playing keep away for the next 3.5 minutes. All they have to do is not let Siena score. Of course, scoring again is going to give them some style points, make them look a little bit cooler, but at the end of the day, they don't necessarily have to in the position they're in.
Exactly, but a 2-0 lead is always more comfy than a 1-0 lead.
Truly.
So having that little extra space in between, it helps them kind of relax and, like you said, be able to play that defense and just play keep away.
And now it's going to be almost 2 minutes off the clock already. Only one goal underneath the belt of either of these teams. We see Siena still at that goose egg, that 0. But, you know, this is only game one. It's only been 2 minutes. There's still plenty of time for anything to happen here. Marquette once again looking for the shot here. Ooh. Upa able to find it right over the top of not one, but 2 defenders. We see Son of Carr, fantastic assist, and Upa just bounces it in. Rusty Manhole just seconds late, and X6 just unable to react fast enough. There's that comfy 2-0 lead we were just talking about a minute ago.
And that's a bunch of Oopa! Every time. I got to watch Marquette a couple weeks ago play, and every time that he was on there, me and Quantum would go, Oopa!
Oh, Oopa! Dang, a great assist coming from JFG there. That's going to be a 3-0 blink and you miss it moment. We're from 1-0 to 3-0 in just mere seconds here.
Marquette really getting that lead to be able to, like we were talking about, just a little bit more comfortability, be able to relax a little bit in this game one and say, okay, let's finish this out and let's just take this as much as we can. So like, man, the continued pressure of Marquette is absolutely suffocating Siena right now.
Yeah, it really is. They're just constantly in Siena's face, and Siena has really no time to realistically adapt. They're playing in a reactive state. They don't get to play proactively. They don't get to think anything through. They just have to act on what Marquette may be doing. And Marquette had a great setup there, just a little bit off center, a little bit too slow. They were unable to follow up, and Ivan McFarlane now having the ball as well. Arguably my favorite gamer tag in the game at the moment, Ivan McFarlane. And we see now we see Siena. They're trying to get the ball presence once again, but Marquette able to clear it right back into that back third of Siena, and that's usually where it gets a little bit sloppy for them.
And Siena their transitions are slow. Their communication in the back end is very sloppy, and Marquette is just absolutely going at them. I mean, if I'm being honest, there's been at least 2 or 3 missed opportunities by Marquette, so this could easily be a 5-0 game. Right? Well, 6-0 now. We got that in there. Oopa!
Yeah. Upa with the hat trick? Question mark. I think that was 3 goals in a row coming out from Upa. That might have been all 3.
That's 3.
Fantastic shot, Upa right now, putting them on the board.
You know, what I was thinking when we first started was I remember Son of Carr being such a huge player for Marquette.
Yep.
And I've continuing to notice he continues to stay in that script where he is constantly looking to set up his teammates. He's putting pressure on the defense. But I kind of forgot about Upa, where he is just all in people's faces and been able to finish and get those goals. I mean, we're seeing it in game 1. He already has a hat trick. He's looking to show up for this bracket.
Yeah, Upa's looking to show up and show off, and a term that I think really could not describe them any better is just a heavy hitter. Upa's always the one to find the demos. Upa's always the one to find the goals. Upa's always the one to block the goals. Somehow Upa's always in the right place at the right time. And that's something we've seen already. We've seen, I think, 2 demos, 3 goals, and at least 2 shot blocks coming from Upa. I mean, the kid's on fire right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm a man. His stat line is awesome for this game. And here's what a setup by JFG.
Oh, God. A little bit too high. I was so hyped for that to happen, but it was a little bit too high there. 60 seconds left, and now Siena, this is kind of where you're sweating a little bit. You've got to score at least 4 times in 50 seconds. You haven't been able to score once in 4 minutes. So this is definitely where Siena's gonna kind of understand. You know, their first round here might already be at an end.
Yeah, and something for Siena right now that would probably be the smartest of plays. A goal work. Rusty heard me right off. He finished my sentence before I could even get there. I was gonna say right now you're probably not gonna win this thing. It's possible, but unlikely. But getting a goal will boost your morale in the right direction. Yeah. So what a way to finish it off, Rusty Manhole. What a gamer tag.
We got some good tags going on in here between these 2 schools. You've got some great players and great tags to match them. There's gonna be 30 seconds left, and like you said, Siena, they're not gonna win it, but now that they've scored, not only have they lowered that point differential, but they've also, you know, now their morale's gonna be up a little bit higher, even in the second game. You know, we scored last time, it wasn't a shutout, so hopefully they're able to take that momentum and keep moving forward with it. Marquette, they could play keep away, they could let Siena score 2 more times, 10 seconds, I mean, Marquette's already got this one in the bag. Rusty Manhole, a demo onto Upa, that one just a little for funsies, just 3 seconds left. Not much is going to come off the back of this, and you know, ball's probably going to touch the ground in just a second here.
Upa's keeping it up.
No, they're going to keep it up. Honestly, not sure why. This match is all but already over, and there we go. Marquette able to find that early victory. Now only 2 good games away from taking the first round. That'll send Siena not into a loser's bracket, but completely out of bracket.
Yeah, exactly. And what a way to start off if you come off with a 3-0 victory. Like, that's such a way to go. And props to Marquette. I mean, man, that was a dominant performance. It started off a little sloppy, a little slow, but they picked it up. Man, Upa coming in there, absolutely dominating the pitch out there. What a game for him. I know he's going to be riding that. Son of Carr and JFG were right behind him. For Siena, what we need to see is, okay, now we've seen what Marquette is doing. Now we need to counter that. So there's going to be a lot of talk. Their corner play was their biggest weakness this game.
Absolutely.
Straightforward sentiments there. That was their biggest weakness, and Marquette was absolutely dominating. So if they can clean up their corner game, get some good clears out to midfield, and have somebody ready to follow, I think this next game could be really close.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something that Siena needs to work on is understanding that Marquette, they move almost as a herd. It's something that I've noticed as well. There's always, if there's one of them, there's always at least one more, if not both of the teammates, not very far behind. They're constantly with one another. And if Siena can find a way to take advantage of that, maybe making a couple more long shots, just trying to clear as far downfield as they can to screw up momentum, just something along those lines. I think Marquette has a couple of weak spots here, maybe an Achilles heel, so to speak, that Siena, I think, would really take advantage of if they can get their game back up.
Exactly. They were able to score, which means that Marquette can, like, they have a weakness, like you just said. So, and that was the morale boost that I think they're going to need to be able to take this one. So we'll see how they act on that.
Absolutely, and now Son of Car able to clear it down into Siena's back third here pretty early on, maybe even score off the back of it. Oh, great block coming from X6. The first time we've really seen a good block coming out from Siena so far. I mean, they were very clearly just getting warmed up as every second of these matches pass through. They're doing just a little bit better. Son of Car able to still find a score underneath it, able to hit the goal with a great assist coming from JFG. Bounces off X6 actually. Son of Car able to clean up off the back of it.
Yeah, that was a great play. JFG was able to put it in the corner where he saw Upa, and Upa not necessarily was going for a goal. If he would have got that, it would have been nuts. But the bump play on Siena's defense in that corner perfectly set up the transition for Son of Car to come in and get ready for that shot. So that was a beautiful play.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see Marquette. They're now arguably in position to win this second round here. They've got that one goal already, half a minute down the drain, and they're looking to score again. JFG over top of two defenders again. That was just looking a little bit sloppy from Siena again. They were looking good, but that was a little rough for them.
Yeah, beautiful cut play by Son of Car right there. Used almost all of his boost just to stop the transition play. And you can kind of notice JFG was hesitant. He goes, is he going to go for it? And then once he saw he went for it, he goes, all right, I'm going. And he just got up there. Defenders were not ready for that. And that's kind of what we're talking about. Like, Marquette is moving at a speed that is 2 to 3 steps ahead of Siena. And so Siena's going to have to start really waking up in this play if they're going to have any chance to beat Marquette in a 5-game series.
Yeah, absolutely. If Siena and I have one thing in common right now, it's the fact that we definitely need to wake up and get going on what we are doing. And in Siena right now, I mean, they're down 2-0, and it's Marquette. They're just not letting up. Like, Siena's got to have to change that. That's a third goal. That's not a hat trick.
No, that's 2 for him.
Okay, I was gonna say I couldn't remember if he had scored all 3, but that's 2 for Son of Car there, and I mean that's aggressive. This is already much more aggressive than game 1, and they won what 4-1, 5-1.
Yeah, exactly. And we're barely over the minute mark, and it's 3-0 already. So they're already moving at a faster speed than game 1. Oh, there we go. Siena's there to counter.
Siena, like I said, they got to wake up a little bit, and it looks like they're looking to do just that. X6 right off the kickoff, able to just, there's no defenders in time. JFG, couple seconds too late, couple frames too late, and that's all the difference that it needs.
It was a beautiful play by X6 where he's able to notice the botched kickoff by Son of Car, and he just had that split second of, okay, both corners were going for boost. I got time to get in there, and he absolutely just went for it. Beautiful play.
Absolutely, absolutely beautiful play, and it, again, puts them on the board, and that, honestly, in the losing position, that's what it's all about. Mm-hmm. You want to get on the board, you want to get that positive mental going, and you want to get your team back into the game a little bit more than they've been all day so far. We want to see Siena really start to put some points on the board. 3.5 minutes, they've got plenty of time to turn this game around.
Exactly, and that was a beautiful clear by there. I mean, they gave up position, but look, we're still in it. Siena is still putting on the pressure, which is what they need. They can't let the score line right now. What a play. That was a great read right there.
Absolutely. That was a phenomenal shot. And Son of Car, right place, right time. Rusty Manhole now with the demo, just trying to get Son of Car out of the way, making that small 2v2 for just a moment. But Siena unable to capitalize off the back of it. Ball cleared once again towards Siena's goal. The shot from Upa goes a little bit wide, unable to find the value. And here comes another demo. Ive McFalden able to take out Son of Car. They're not letting them play the game anymore. And that might be the strategy Siena needed all along.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if you...
now he's still alive.
Yeah. And I'm back. Excuse me, guys. Coming in. I mean, but you were spot on with that comment, Seth. It's like, if you notice the best player on the field, if you want an advantage, remove him from the field. And so...
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, if he's not there, he can't shoot. If he's not there, he can't save. If he's not there, he can't pass. So get him out of the way, cause that quick... few seconds of a 3-on-2 to put you at an advantage, and you need to do as much as you can to take advantage of it.
Yeah, for real. They really do need to take full advantage of that fact, because right now, I mean, second game in a row, somebody from Marquette's hat-tricked, but JFG trying to make this an even larger mountain for Siena to climb. That was a great shot. Comes in from the heavens and just knocks the ball right into goal. That's going to be an easy one for Marquette. There's no defenders in goal once again, and you've got to wonder. I mean, look at the replay there. Nobody was even near goal. What was Siena doing?
There was what I could see was there was a little bit of miscommunication in that midfield play where you had 2 up, so then Rusty was the last person, and he had the right idea to put it up on the wall, but he put it too far ahead of him, so JFG was able to capitalize on it and just be right on top.
Yeah, that does sound like that may make a little bit of sense here. And Marquette, I mean, 5-1 Siena, even though there's 2 minutes left, they're already in one of those dangerous, like, this might already be unwinnable situations. 2 minutes to score 4 times. Just a reminder, it's taken them 3 minutes to score once. So, I mean, it's really going to be, this is a very tall order for Siena. And this, they lose this, it's going to put Marquette on game point.
Yeah, and man, we can tell right now, Septimus, that Marquette is playing on all cylinders right now. They're fast. They're hitting balls that are, like, meaningful. They're not just touching them to touch them. And the players are just in the position that they need to be in.
Yeah, no, that, and I mean, while we're just discussing how impressive things from Marquette have been today, their passing has been, I mean, I'm not sure they've missed a pass between the 2 teammates. It's been nothing but incredible. They've got great mechanical skill and very clearly great communication between these players as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. They are in sync 150%. And man, if they keep this through the tournament right now, they're my favorite. Just watching them play. I know Siena isn't playing the best, but just their transition play and everything, I could see them going very far in this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. They are in it to win it. And JFG gonna make it a 6-1 shot here. JFG looking for a hat trick of their own. He's got 60 seconds to do it. That's gonna be a 6-1 scoreboard right now in favor of Marquette. And Siena, I mean, the mental's got to be slipping a little bit here.
And what a way to just, like, put a stamp on what you said earlier, where the pass was exactly where it needed to be, and his teammate was exactly where he needed to be, and it was just all around, man. They're just clicking. It is beautiful to watch.
Yeah, you can tell these players definitely play together quite often, and they might even have a playbook. They might be calling specific plays because the communication so far, I mean, even for an 8-9 seed level team, it is some of the best communication I've seen. And I've been casting Rocket League for 3 days at this point. I mean, I've seen a lot of games in the last couple of days, and this is some of the best communication that I have seen in all of them, truly.
Yeah, they are playing really well, and I've casted some high-level Rocket League in my days, and I mean, these guys have a couple misses here and there, but like you said, their communication is on. They're telling them, like, man, they're just right where they need to be. It's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that I think, to really put Marquette above and beyond, the one thing they need to work on is just simply when they shoot to score, it always goes a little bit wide, and those are the shots they are consistently missing. Of course, that's the hardest part of the whole game, but if Marquette could find some way to really capitalize on that and practice those and maybe do it a little more consistently, like that could have been like a 10-0 game. That could have been an absolute massacre had Marquette hit all their shots.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, like we're seeing a lot of connection between the players where they're able to, where Son of Cars putting a lot of passes straight down from the back wall. It's beautiful. But like you said, there are a couple of those where they go real fancy up in the air and end up shooting a little too far right or left. And that's going to happen. I mean, even pros do that. But like you said, if they were to put just a little bit more effort into their marksmanship, that could have easily been a double-digit game.
Yeah, that was just a flawless execution of the game as well. And Siena, of course, they're on the lower side of the seed, but you'd hardly be able to tell that Marquette is 1 seed placement away from them due to how this game is going. Like, it's not, oh, this is like 3rd and 10th seed. No, this is 8th and 9th seed, and Marquette is just absolutely stomping Siena right now.
And that's what's surprising me is I'm like, man, you're seeing an 8th and 9th seed play right now, and I would have, if you would have never told me the numbers before this, we never would have seen them. I could have easily guessed that Marquette was a 1 or 2 seed coming into this because the way that they're playing. You're like, there's no way. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And Marquette's going to win here, which I think... No, that's actually wrong. I was going to say it might put them up against DePaul later, who is notorious for being quite the powerhouse of a team, but I don't think they'd run into DePaul until much later into the bracket. But as Marquette is moving on, just here to get very aggressive, they've already put themselves on game point. Now they've just got to do it one more time, and honestly, I feel like they're not really breaking a sweat quite yet.
No, I completely agree. I think they're playing so dominant, and their comms must be, okay, guys, hey, we have 2 very dominant wins on these 2 teams. Let's just finish it out. Let's get one more. I don't think that they are breathing heavy in any way. I could easily see them winning this another 5-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's just something that it's been nothing but ruthless and nothing but aggressive from this team. And, you know, maybe if Siena, I mean, there's plenty of room for a reverse sweep if Siena can really just get their gears going, if they can just wake up and play maybe just a little bit more consistently. Ooh, really bad touch. That was almost a disaster. But JFG was able to just fly down the field there and block that. That was actually danger close to being a shot on himself.
It was, and that's why you got to really make sure that you have those transitions and just those rotations, because, nice, there it is, he's right there. JFG is all over the place. That man is putting up crazy stats. But what I was saying is, like, having those rotations, because, man, if that mistouch, if everyone is pushed too far forward, that's an easy own goal. But the fact that they were able to have a little bit of that transition, yeah, they kind of had to use more boost than they wanted to get back, but they were able to clear it out and be like, all right, guys, let's reset, we're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Now a minute already off the clock. Marquette put themselves up 1-0, and now they're in that sneaky position of, do we score again? Do we just not let them score? Do we play that keep away game? And it's something, you know, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. They haven't even come close to losing a match yet. Something tells me they're going to look for as many style points as possible.
Yeah, and I will say this is the slowest that Marquette has been on scoring, at least. Because I think the first game they had 2 goals within the first minute, and then the second game they had 3 goals within the first minute. And so little slower, but hey, still putting up that 2-0 lead, and we got ourselves a Oopa!
Yeah, absolutely. Oopa with just good, decent mechanical skill, and just knocks the ball right into goal. Nobody's going to be able to block that when it comes in as close an angle and as hot as it did there. Nobody was able to get in the way. And something that I realize is we're just not seeing Siena maybe show up as much as we're seeing Marquette, because I realized I can name all 3 Marquette players without looking at their gamer tags, and Siena, I can't name any of them. Rusty Manhole's the only one that comes to mind, and the other 2 maybe just not playing to par for the time being. And JFG, I mean, making it even harder for them to do so. We talked about this being a slow-scoring game, and Marquette said, "Oh, we were just warming up. Let us put our game face back on." And now they've made it from 1-0 to 3-0 in less than 30 seconds.
What blows my mind that we're just seeing the absolute dominant play by Marquette is there was even a communication error that you could see. JFG and Son of Car were right on top of each other, and you don't really see that much often coming from them, but they were still able to make a play out of it. You're like, oh my gosh, that is insane.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something that they're... Yeah, the fact that they're even able to make a play out of that was something that was very clearly a miscommunication. They're still able to work through it, score off the back of it nonetheless. Not even just a play, but a scoring one at that. So the fact they were able to work as well and as quickly as they can to adapt and do what they need to do. And off the crossbar there, off the top of the goal, unable to find the shot off the back of it. But at this point, Marquette, they don't really need that shot. Again, we're just looking for those style points here.
Yep, exactly. Siena with the miss... Oh, never mind. They're good. I was going to say missed opportunity, but they end up cleaning it right up and putting a goal in. That was a great pass right there.
Yeah, absolutely. X6 able to just bounce it right over Son of Car. The booster coming out just a little bit too late. And again, scoreboard, you know. Maybe they can get 2 or 3 more in the next 2.5 minutes. But with how slowly Siena's been scoring, I mean, it'd be a miracle.
Yeah, it would be a miracle, but miracles do happen. There is plenty of time on the clock. I think one of the smartest things to do is just not let them get in their own heads. Be able to just calm and say, hey, we have time. We just have 2 minutes to score 2 goals. We just got to be able to take these opportunities, take it by the reins, and go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Siena, I mean, they're in a scoring position once again, but Upa and Son of Car playing that hyper-aggressive defense. I think that's an issue that Siena's really had, is the defense from Marquette has been consistently so much more aggressive, and it's constantly been exactly where it needs to be, where Siena, their defense... It's a bit of a slow burn. Yeah,
I agree. I can really see X6 is doing the most for the Siena squad right now. I can see a lot of misses coming off from the other players, and that's kind of hard because we're not seeing those misses from every Marquette player. Like, every Marquette player is really playing on a level play right now. And so that's really where that dominance comes in, is because it seems like it's a lopsided 2v3 or 1v3 at times with X6 trying to do a bulk of the load.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. X6, the player to be on Siena, definitely the one putting out these shots, putting up these blocks, and the other 2 maybe not living up to the hype that we need to see. But when you're going up against a team with Marquette that has not 1 or 2, but 3 consistent players, it's going to be something very difficult to push into if your team isn't going to be on that same level.
Great
block.
just as we were talking about it, man, he had the mechanics for that. He was perfectly where he needed to be. That was a beautiful save by the Marquette squad.
Yeah, that hyper-aggressive defense coming in and just that great mechanical skill helping do it. I mean, it's just exactly what they've been doing all day, and it's something that really seems like they're not going to be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, man, they are just absolutely flying.
Oh, Oopa!
Like you said, this hyper-aggressive. They're able to transition so quickly, and oh, man. That Siena defense had no idea Upa was there. He came out of nowhere.
Upa being the solid snake of the Marquette squad right now, just constantly sneaking up on the enemy and always being exactly where he needs to be. Like you said, they had no clue. 2 defenders, and they had no clue Upa was about to come in and score right underneath them.
Yep. That was a beautiful transition. He's a sneaky snake indeed, and we can't even praise enough the Marquette squad. Man, that ball was put exactly in Upa's reach, so that was a beautiful pass, too.
Yeah, right off the corner, not necessarily the corner, off the wall there, and right next to the goal. Bounces it, perfect angle for Upa to just full booster right down the middle of the field and score. It was again, like I cannot say it enough, that hyper aggression from Marquette. They know exactly what they need to do, and they're going to do it as fast and efficiently as possible. That's exactly what they did to help utilize this aggression and beat Siena with a 3-0 victory. Siena scoring, I think, 3 times in total, once per game.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think they went over to 2 points. I think they only scored a goal a game. But man, that is not the way I predicted it. I'll tell you that much. I definitely seen those seeds. You would have thought that this would be a little bit closer, but
yeah,
man, it's just a little bit of repetitiveness. But man, Marquette was so dominant, and if they continue to ride this throughout the bracket, I could easily see them make it to the finals. Easy.
Yeah. Absolutely, and now we get to talk to a Marquette player for just a moment. We get to pull JFG in here and ask him a couple of questions about the hyper-aggression and the level of intensity we saw from Marquette today. So I'm very excited to see what he has to say. I'm going to completely blindside him and just drag him in here. JFG, are you with us?
Yes.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. You sound so excited.
I just have an unfortunately awkwardly low voice.
No, that's fine. That's a familiar issue. I can promise you that. But I want to ask, you guys show up today and I mean dominate. Siena scores 3 times. You guys score, I mean, more than 10. I'm not sure what the final score is, but you guys end up scoring, I mean, double digits at least. And you guys did a phenomenal job today. So I want to ask, what do you think set you guys apart? I mean, you're 8th and 9th seed respectively, and you show up and just dominate Siena College. What do you think you guys did today that really set you guys apart from Siena?
I think we've just been playing really well as a team. We got up early, ran a lot of games. I know each of us has been playing more ones, so I think the mechanics are starting to get a lot better for each of us, and just having this time to play together, especially now that we're on break, I think our chemistry is just getting to that next level, and it really is starting to show.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Man, that was awesome. JFG, we noticed in that first game, roughly about the first minute and a half of that game, there was a little bit of sloppy play. You guys were getting to warm up. But after that, oh my God, the dominance was insane. What was the kind of conversations that you and Son of Car and Upa had that really, like, you guys were completely different players after the first half of that first game? What were you guys, what were the comms during that?
I think at that point, we just decided, like, let's just start going for stuff. We all feel really good. We had enough confidence to go for things and just started hitting them, started playing really fast. Maybe threw a little caution to the wind and just really went for it.
Yeah, that dude, it was insane to watch. Your guys' passing plays were on point. What we were kind of talking about is that Son of Car seems to really be the meat of your guys' team. Like, he is able to put balls where you guys are, and I mean, I saw a bunch of passes come for him where putting right in front of the net where you were able to reach it. Same thing with Upa and stuff. Is our prediction on that correct, where Son of Car seems to be a real foundation for you guys' team?
Oh, absolutely. He's always in the right spot. He's a super unselfish player, always looking for his teammates. And yeah, when you have mechanics like that and you're super unselfish, good things happen. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, Son of Car, like I couldn't have said it better. Poppy had made that great point. Just constantly right place, right time, and you guys capitalized off the back of it every single time. It was some incredible chemistry and just obviously great team communication.
Definitely.
And Poppy, as long as you don't have any other questions and to keep us on schedule, we are going to have to end the interview there. But thank you so much for joining us, and please let Upa and Son of Car know that you guys, I mean, you guys put on an absolute show for everyone watching today, and you guys did a great job, and we're excited to see where the next round takes you guys. So congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, man. And I'll tell you right now, I mean, I haven't seen the other players play, but for right now, you guys are my favorites for this bracket. So keep it up. You guys are dominant.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, JFG.
Thank you.
There we go. And with that, that's going to bring the first game to an end. So that's going to be a quick one. Up next, I believe, on our stream, we have DePaul versus St. John's. I believe that is our next upcoming game. And that's a game that, if anybody watching, just happened in the Vincentian Cup just a couple of days ago. That was the charity donation stream we just had over this past week. And it's something that, I mean, I cast that match, and it was a massacre. DePaul absolutely rolled through St. John's. So hopefully St. John's, they're able to come back a little bit more aggressive, you know, maybe they're able to come back a little bit more consistent. Fingers crossed, and hopefully it's going to be a good game.
Yep, hopefully so. I mean, I guess we'll see, but like you said, we've seen very dominant play by DePaul throughout the entire season. So hopefully St. John does have a little bit of that, be able to recall what happened and be able to take that to their advantage and then put a little bit more of a play against it. But like you said, going to this match, I could easily see DePaul doing a 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we throw it to break, I want to throw out this quick fun fact. So in that second game between Marquette and Siena, Marquette they shot the ball to goal 16 times, and Siena only did it once. Oh, so just to put into perspective of like the sheer aggression Marquette had, I mean, that is the best explanation I could give. But we are going to throw it to a quick break. We're going to get our next teams in here, and we'll be right back with DePaul and St. John's. Don't go far, guys. There is so much Rocket League left to be played. Oh, yeah. We'll see you in just a minute. What is going on, guys, gals, and other pals? Welcome back after a 3-0 victory for Marquette, a very aggressive one at that. We are now going to come back with a little bit more about, of course, the Big East MAAC tournament.
Obviously there's some great matchups that are coming up over this entire thing, but what we're going to be able to see is we're going to see some crazy powerhouse games coming up.
Yeah.
So first off, that's going to be coming up on our stretch. Let me get this up real quick. First one's going to be coming up on our stretch will be we're going to have Marist College versus Marquette. So obviously we just got to see Marquette play, and Marquette absolutely put the dominant down. They stomped on the necks of Siena, absolutely just came through and ran through them. So we got to see dominant play by Marquette. Looking at Marist College, they're the #1 seed in this tournament.
Yeah.
So they're obviously a name to kind of be scared of. And coming with that, with being that #1 seed, they ended their season 6-1. And we were kind of talking about the stats a little bit off, and we'll share them with you now. Marist College, out of all their 7 games that they played, won 18 of the games in series and only dropped 4 games, which is an insane stat. So these guys are obviously very dominant. They're coming in. They're ready to go. I think this will be a massive deciding point for Marquette, where they ended their season 3-3. So we're kind of seeing that. But I mean, that dominant play, like we were saying, I'm hoping they run it in because they'll be able to match up very well with Marist. And then right after that, we're going to see Fairfield versus DePaul. And DePaul, same thing, ended 3-3. But when we've seen them play throughout the season, they play very well. They are a solid team. Obviously, they ended right at that 500 mark, but they do have a really solid team around them. But they are also going to be going up against the #2 seed, which is Fairfield. And with Fairfield, when we're looking at their stats, out of all their games, they also ended the season 6-1. And out of their games, they won 18 and only dropped 7 of their games. So their series, a couple of them were a little bit closer, but still right along those same stats. So I think both Marquette and DePaul are going to be going up, obviously, the Giants in this tournament. Yeah. Selfishly, I still want to vote for Marquette because I just saw them absolutely dominate. They were incredible. So I'm going to put Marquette, at least from my prediction, against Marist. I'm going to put Marquette at a 3-2 victory. And I think these games are going to go down to the wire. We're probably going to see at least 2 overtimes. That's just my professional opinion. And then on for the next one, I've seen DePaul play. DePaul is very talented, but I think Fairfield's going to run him on this one. I can see DePaul winning 1 game, so I'm calling it Fairfield 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And those of you who may be perceptive at home may have seen this below us here, or may have noticed we didn't talk about the DePaul versus St. John's game. Unfortunately, St. John's, they're unable to contact one of their players. They're not able to make it today. They don't have a full roster. So DePaul is going to get that bye. They're going to have to move on up against Fairfield, like that was already mentioned. But of course, that happens. Unfortunate for St. John's, but they were lucky enough to play through the entire Vincentian Cup just days ago. They've been on stream with us all season. They were here for the fall split. They'll be here for the spring split, but unfortunately, they will have to miss today. And I like your optimism for Marquette, but Marist has not. They've dropped us. They've lost once. Yeah. And so I think, and also Marquette, I have to give them credit because that is not the team we've seen during the fall split. That was a much more mechanically sound team. That was a much more aggressive team. And if they can keep the momentum going, I think they can give Marist a run for their money. But this bracket is set up a little bit with the powerhouse Marist in mind, and they are highly expected to really take the charge on this and most likely make it 2 finals, if not win finals.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I'm looking right now to find, because personally, I have not seen Marist play. Obviously, their record shows that they are dominant, and what I do see right here is that Marist did beat Fairfield in season in a 3-0 victory. And that first game, wow, the first game right off the bat was a 6-1.
Whew.
So Yeah, so it's absolutely crazy. So I'm looking more down this list, and we're looking for, let's see, nope, that's Fairfield. That was a close one with, let's see, Marist. Yep, okay, so Marist also had dominant victories over Siena. Kind of plays into the narrative right there. Where is their loss? I'm seeing a bunch of 3-0s by Marist. There it is. Marist College lost to the UT Arlington.
Oh, yep, another powerhouse team.
Yeah, but Arlington's in the West Conference. They're in a different conference.
Right, they will not be seen today.
Yeah, but we're looking at this, even though it was a 3-0. So the first game was a 3-1 victory, Arlington. Second game, Marist almost got them. It was a 2-3. And then Marist lost 3-0 in the last game. So it looks like the only game that they dropped out of all those was against another powerhouse team throughout this whole league. And so, man, I don't know. Marquette is going to have a challenge. Marquette is definitely going to have a challenge. And one thing we were kind of mentioning with that forfeit loss, DePaul is going to be at a disadvantage because they're not going to have that warm-up series. And so, I mean, obviously Fairfield will too, but with their records, you kind of favor Fairfield in that because they do have the better record. So DePaul really is going to have to shake off the ice and get ready to go at full speed right off the bat.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because DePaul has to bring their A game where Fairfield is the A game. Fairfield, they go 6-1. They're going to be one of the best teams we have here in not only this cup, but in the fall split in EGF as a whole. Fairfield, one of the best Rocket League teams we have on board. Like you said, DePaul, they're going to go in not warmed up at all. Like, that's going to be rough. And although a game hasn't really happened, we still do want to pull a member in from DePaul, and we can maybe even ask them a couple of questions about that. And as I say it, he's gone. Well, he was in the voice call, but he's no longer there, so we may have to skip that for the time being at the very least. But that's something that I think is a great observation. DePaul 3-3, they're gonna go in cold up against Fairfield 6-1, who may also be cold, but a team is not 6-1 on accident. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was always like just playing this game for a really long time. You always say I'd much rather have a cold. Well, before it was just like Grand Champ, we didn't have Supersonic Legend and everything. So it was like, I'd rather have a cold 1800 GC than a very warm, like 1400 or even 1500 low GC. Like, because they have that skill set and stuff. So obviously we can see from Marist that they're 6-1. They have that chemistry. They have that dominant play. So even if they're coming off a little cold right off the bat, I'm seeing that their cold, Fairfield's cold will be just probably a little bit more than DePaul's cold. And so DePaul's really going to have to heat up a lot quicker.
Absolutely. And we did get our interviewee back, so we do get to pull in a member from DePaul. I'm probably going to pronounce his name wrong. I've been saying Jaco, but that may be wrong. I'm going to ask when he gets in here, so we'll find out.
Sweet.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on?
Nothing much. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm doing all right. So the first thing I'm going to need is, can you pronounce your gamer tag for us? Because I am afraid I have been saying it wrong.
I've heard it. Yeah, every time I watch this stream, I hear like 3 different ways. Honestly, there is no correct way, but everyone says Jaco, so I've just
Jaco. All right, so I was right.
It used to be Jacoby, but like Jacoube, but at some point along the way it got shortened without any real idea of what I was going for. So
Gotcha. So the question we definitely want to ask is, of course, we can't interview you about a game that hasn't happened, but we do want to interview you about something that we were actually just talking about before we pulled you in here. So your next opponent, of course, is going to be Fairfield University, who is a team that is 6-1 for the season. So I first wanted to ask you, how do you feel about that? You guys have gone 3-3. Do you think you've got decent odds? Do you feel you've improved since the fall split enough to really come out on top against Fairfield? Or do you think this is really going to be a difficult mountain to climb?
I would honestly say that the 3-3 season isn't a very good representation of the skills that we have to offer. And I think 6-1, 6-1, you know, whatever. It's not a big deal. We're here to play. We're here to win.
Absolutely.
I think we got it.
That's some good attitude to have. That's some really good attitude to have, man. Jaco, I just want to ask, so he kind of talked about too, like, so both you guys are going to be going in first series of the day. Both you guys are cold. You're not really going to have that warm-up series. What is something that you guys are going to have in your comms and in pregame warm-up that you guys are going to have to be able to make sure that you guys start the game off at a high, intense speed and you're not having to shake off the ice in that first game?
I mean, we've been on for probably the last like hour and a half, just getting a nice like small warm up in. But I think what we really push is just not to overwork ourselves. We take breaks often every time we're playing tournaments. It's just always good to like go outside, get a breather, kind of keep everything going. But I mean, we're lining up a scrim, trying to get everything set up. We really want to. Obviously, we were planning as like the first game to kind of be our scrim.
Yeah.
Not to put down St. John's, but we just played in the Vincentian Cup and we absolutely smashed both Niagara and St. John's.
Yeah, it was sight to behold. That's one way to put it.
Yeah, there were some fun games for sure. But yeah, I don't know. Realistically, just staying warm, keeping not overworking ourselves in the warm up, but it is a bit of like a wrench in our plans with not having the first game. But you kind of just got to work through it and just see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we've got you here, a question, and I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't know the answer, that's A-okay, but we kind of have a unique opportunity where we can talk to you for more than 3 minutes, and that's something we don't get to do with interviewees often. So I wanted to ask if you were familiar with kind of DePaul's esports program and how you guys, first of all, have gotten so many successful teams and players. Every team you guys have is quite impressive. And I also just wanted to ask if you know anything like about the esports history of DePaul or anything you want to hype up about the program. We'd love to hear it.
Oh, absolutely. So DePaul Rocket League was actually started by me 3 years ago, and it was kind of just, I don't know, I played Rocket League. We randomly, out of nowhere, I'm not really sure where this came up, but our school built an esports center. Wow. And yeah, we just kind of randomly started opening up on our campus, and I'm like, what's going on here? And then the initial team was a group of seniors, and they kind of helped set everything up for the first Big East Challenge, which I was a part of, but I didn't play in. But then from there, I started the club and then just kind of started slowly recruiting around. And we don't do any sort of scouting or anything. It's all just been what we have is what we're working with, and we're just kind of utilizing it to the best of our ability. We've got really good coaches. Captain Kirtle is local. He went to DePaul, graduated, I think it was 2015 or 2016, and he's very useful. He just helps us out with all of our practices and things like that. And then we have Mighty Tidy, who's a pretty well-known player in the community, and he's our main coach with all of our strategy and stuff. And wow, like, he turned around, like, everyone that has been trained by him is just like, oh my god, it's like I'm playing a completely different game now. He really helps to like open your eyes, and I think that really helps as part of our like strategy making for our team. But going into like overall DePaul esports, it's really just from the community. Like, we're not an officially sponsored program.
Right.
That's what we're working on. We have support from the school, but it's without like the motivation of just individual students and then like the collective, none of this would have gotten to the point that it has gotten to today, which is really awesome to see. But it's also like scary seeing, because it can start, but if it doesn't end up going anywhere, it can start dying down. But I have faith in DePaul esports and our community of students, and I believe that this can be a very successful program for the future, especially if it is adopted as an official program.
Yeah. That's so cool, man. I love hearing about stuff like that, man. And it's so cool to see just the success that you guys are having. So last year in December, you guys were part of a Big East tournament in New York City. And were you able to be a part of that? Were you a part of that?
So I was not a part of that. That
Okay.
team was Flux, Karma Juni, Rumble, and
Karma Juni's a
Fish.
beast.
Karma Juni is a beast. His car is insane. He's got like the craziest setup I've ever seen.
So,
I love that he. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it, man. Continue your thought.
I just love his white hat. He puts it on for
The
like
hat
one
is-
game in his series. He's just like, I need people to know.
He flexed it. Everybody noticed. Everybody saw the hat.
Absolutely. I mean, I would too. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine that I play with from time to time. He does the same thing. He likes to throw on hats on his cars, and we're like, dude, you look ridiculous. But he hits nut shots, so we're like, hey, go for it. So even from that, even though you weren't a part of that, I mean, there's been a year in between, and you've been a big part of it this last year. So what have been some really good like growing points for you guys as a squad?
I think we've gotten a pretty decent influx this year of like younger players, which is really what I wanted because I'm going to be graduating soon. Rumble just graduated this trimester, and then Karma Juni is graduating at the end of the year. So that's like our the beginning roster. Era. Yeah, one of the beginning like squads. It's pretty much all of the players that were around when DePaul Rocket League was founded. We're going to be leaving, so it was like I don't want to see this go down, and it was kind of worrisome because I mean obviously we have a big group of players, but I wanted a team that could still be competitive. And recently we've gotten a bunch of new players. Shot Cookie, Lavish came around I think about a year ago now, but he's going to be an integral part of the roster, and along with Black Wraith 97 who's playing with us today. So for our roster for today is me, Lavish, and Black Wraith, but for the future, I believe Shot Cookie is going to be joining them, and it's just really good to see they're finding lots of time to practice, they're participating in tournaments, and it really brings me hope for the future of DePaul Rocket League, so I'm excited to see what happens with that roster after we're all gone.
And just a quick add to that real quick, what grades are those guys in? Like, is that something that's going to be around for a while, or...?
So I believe Lavish is a sophomore, and I think Shot Cookie is a freshman. I'm not sure of Black Wraith's year.
Okay, well, hey, it's always good to have the real young guns coming in.
Yeah, exactly. That was the biggest thing, is I wanted someone that would stick around for a while.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is we can't just be like cycling constantly. I want something that can at least for a year or two be able to like play together and just develop into a crazy super team.
And you see the success of a lot of pro teams where the roster stays the same for a while and they have that synergy, so that's where they get success. That's a good recipe right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more question for you that may prompt another one, who knows, but I want to ask, so you guys are in a unique situation where you mentioned one of your players just graduated this semester here, that just came to an end. So for the spring split, are you guys going to be making any big changes to your rosters, or do you think you're going to be sticking to your guns with what you have now?
It's all up in the air. I don't really, want to give up too much. We've kind of got like some low-key things going on in the works, figuring out the optimal roster, but we're just trying to see what happens. Like I said, prospectively, it's Shot Cookie, Lavish, and Black Wraith. I want to stick around, but I don't want to. They've been playing a lot together, and I want them to actually like be participating in these things because it's more vital for the future than say me just like being like, I want to play in this tournament now. Like, sorry man, I've been around longer.
Of course.
I'm more invested in the future than I am in like my own personal gain. Obviously, I love playing, and it's like one of my favorite things ever. Competing is just like there's no feeling like it. But
that is such a good attitude to have about this whole thing. You do not see that enough. That is such an awesome attitude to have about this.
That is really cool, man. That selfless attitude. It really adds like volumes to success of teams, man. So praise to you guys about that. That's super cool.
DePaul Rocket League was like my baby, so I want to see us succeed. I want to see what we're really capable of here at DePaul.
Yeah. No, for sure, man. So you mentioned the Vincentian Cup a little while back. So what do you feel about like some events that maybe happen on the outside of the season, like about the community that is developing around this league, the EGF?
It's actually super cool to see. So like the first year, it was really just Big East, and then like everything else was what we signed up for, which was at the time like CRL and CCA, and that was just about it. And now there's like all sorts of tournaments popping up. T-Bates has hosted invitationals. There was the Hawaiian one, something like that recently. I don't remember exactly what that one was called. I think it was like hosted by some Hawaii school. But it's just really good to see. It's more opportunities for college teams to like just really get their names out there and get more playing time together. When they do have, not every school has the opportunity to have a tournament like Big East hosted by EGF. Yeah. But I think it's becoming more prevalent. I think we were one of the first. I mean, I don't want to. Don't fact check me here, but I don't remember seeing any other schools having kind of like an actual athletics Big East type tournament going on in esports.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I think that's going to become more prevalent, and it's really good to see just because it gives more opportunities for those college teams. Because college teams, in my opinion, other than the ones that scout, they can't really compete on the level of, like, let's say RLCS, like any of the grid things.
Yeah.
Because those players can pick and choose whoever they want, but here we are just who we have at DePaul is what we're working with.
Yeah.
But it's definitely really good to see that there's more tournaments like this, and I think it's really good for both us and just getting the esports programs out there and more
Absolutely.
recognized.
Oh,
Absolutely.
100%. 100%. And I think
that's
so
what it's
cool-
all about.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, I even used in one of my like little research papers for one of my classes for my college is like esports is growing massively in this
Rapidly.
country. Yeah, rapidly.
Hell
And even around the
yeah.
world in Europe and stuff too. And so it's so cool to see, especially in people between the 19 to 25 year age that are able to really like invest time in this through their school. And it's cool to see stuff like this that is growing and also being able to have some really solid competition outside of that pro level. And because before all we would watch is the RLCS and the CRLs too, but then you find those smaller leagues that, hey, these guys are great too. And it's just so awesome to see because you're able to support not only the players and the schools, but able to support the actual organization and stuff like that too. So it's really cool, man.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And with that, thank you so much for joining us. That is
Yes.
the longest interview I've done by a mile, but probably one of the best that I've been a part of in a very long time. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for giving us all that information that I know that Poppy and I both learned, and I'm sure everybody else at home has just learned so much, not only about DePaul, but what esports can really mean to someone beyond the game. And I feel like you really gave us a great encompass of exactly what that really can mean to somebody outside the game. So one more question, it's not a hard thinker. Is there anybody else while you're here you want to give a quick shout out to, a quick thank you to, if you want to plug your Twitter or DePaul Esports Twitter or something? This is your moment to do it.
All right, absolutely. It's got to go to Eric Rumble. Well, I probably said that weird. Rumble, my boy Eric, and Karma Juni, Alex. They've stuck around through all the years. We were like the original squad. It was a bittersweet end to an era yesterday. That was our last game that we were playing together. So I just want to say, I love you guys. Thank you for all the years. And follow me at twitch.tv/RLJocko. Thank you.
Ayo.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us, man. That was such a great interview. I'm so glad we got to talk about all that. But with that, everybody, we're still gonna have a quick 10 to 15 minute break. Poppy and I are probably gonna run to the restroom, get something to drink. I might even grab a snack. So we'll be back. Oh my goodness, we'll be back for you in about 15 minutes with, I believe, our next match is going to be Marist and Marquette. So Marquette coming in hot, and it's gonna be a great match. I'm sure of that, whether it's a stomp or not. Both these teams, they know how to put on a show. So don't go far. There is still an infinity of Rocket League left for you. So we'll see you in just a minute.
We're different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
It begins with our mission and values, a culture of innovation and collaboration, achieving a global perspective beyond the classroom, turning education and theory into practice, developing lifelong interests and connections, and striving to make a difference in our communities. Marist College. It begins with our mission and values, a culture of innovation and collaboration, achieving a global perspective beyond the classroom, turning education and theory into practice, developing lifelong interests and connections, and striving to make a difference in our communities. Marist College.
We're different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men, for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
What is going on, guys, gals, and other pals? After a technically 2 3-0 victories back-to-back, DePaul getting their 3-0 due to a forfeit from St. John's, we're now going to move on to Marquette's second game of the day, quite possibly their last, as they are going up against the powerhouse team, Marist College, who went 6-1 in the initial season. So this game is going to be, it's going to be a game.
Yeah, I am so hoping so. I am so hoping so because, like we saw an incredibly dominant performance by Marquette. Yes, they went against a lesser Siena College, but now they're really going to be put to the test. If they beat Marist College, I can see Marquette making it to the finals, no issue whatsoever. And so this is definitely going to be a make or break game for them. I mean, obviously both of them, they lose, they're out, but this is really, really a game for Marquette to shine on what JFG was talking about, saying like, hey, like we're ready to go. Like we're playing super well. The chemistry is absolutely there. So going against a very dominant Marist College, I'm super ready.
Yeah, absolutely. And Marquette, I said this earlier, I'll say it again, they showed an aggression earlier that was not our fall split Marquette team. Yep. They showed an aggression, a mechanical understanding of the game that we've not seen from Marquette until it just happened against Siena. And perhaps they looked even better because Siena underperformed quite a bit, unfortunately, but that happens in any tournament setting. And Marquette, they took full advantage of that. Can they look just as good against a powerhouse team like Marist? We're going to find out in just a minute here, and it's going to be, I think they're capable if they can bring the same momentum we saw from against Siena just minutes ago.
Yeah, and it's something that we're really going to need to see from Marquette is their defense. Because they didn't really have any pressure in their first game. They absolutely showed us that they can transition, they can pass, they can shoot, and they can choke out the other team in their defensive zone. But now we're about to see a team that is going to be able to do the exact same thing to them. So what's going to be a lot for them is they're going to need to be there in their midfield play. They're going to have to be able to cut Marist off at the midfield, because I feel if Marist is able to get into their zone, they're going to create a heavy pressure that's going to be very difficult for Marquette to counter. So that is the one thing I'm going to be looking for in Marquette, is how they act when Marist puts on the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Marquette, can they adapt or will they crumble? They're the only people that are going to know the answer to that question, but we're going to find out live with all of you watching here from home. It's really, I think this is bound to be a good game. I think there's really, you've got the underdog story of Marquette, the 3-3 team, going up against Marist in the second round, which is also technically the semifinals. And it's something that, can they come out on top of this? It's really going to come down to, like you said, that mechanical skill, and can that defense be stronger than we saw earlier today?
Yeah, I'm so ready for this match, because this match and then our next match with DePaul and Fairfield are gonna be some heavy hitting matches. I love an underdog story, and so for this one, I'm gonna be rooting for Marquette. I know they're up for the challenge, but my prediction for this game, I see Marquette going to 5 games, win at 3-2.
And here we go. We'll see how close that prediction can come to true. And it's going to be kickoff right away in favor of Marist. But a demo coming from Cypher straight away. A quick back-to-back 3-2. But a great defense coming out from Marist already. Marquette, they're doing the setup. Upa's got the ball in the air. We're going to look for the goal. Do we find it? Yes, son of Carr. Marquette coming out strong. A 6-1 team crumbling with a look at the skill and look at Upa juggling the ball for just enough time for Son of Carr to come in swinging. That's going to be a very early goal for Marquette.
Yeah, and what a nice little pinch play there. I hat off to Upa for having his ball cam on, because he was ready to transition back and he saw that play, the ball come right behind him, so he swung around and was able to grab that beautiful cut play. Beautiful.
JFG, absolutely. JFG with a block already. We saw that Marist, they're trying to score off the back. Another shot off the crossbar. And now the defense from Marquette. It's coming in hot. Can it stay just as hot as it needs to? Upa able to send it, clear it down main, but Tones trying to send it straight back. Unable to do so quite yet. Cypher sends it right back toward Marquette, but Marquette right back into Marist. Son of Car high in the air, off the wall, just a little bit too far off main. Unable to find the goal. And now nobody's playing defense for Marist, or excuse me, for Marquette quite yet. Upa trying to send it right back down, trying to put it into the back third of Marist, but they're always on top of the ball, just back and forth. A game of ping pong in Rocket League if I've ever seen one. The ball just juggling between these two teams. Son of Car a little bit too low, unable to find the shot. Onto the car and Tones, back into the clear of Marquette here.
Marquette definitely playing that midfield just as we talked about. They're able to really put the pressure in that midfield and not let...
Oh!
That is such an awkward play because he is too far forward. We can see right here. So JFG hits it. We see Son of Car pull up. Opa did the right thing, but the problem is there should have been some talk right there from Son of Car saying, I cannot get it, because then Upa could have easily jumped and challenged that ball to cut off that sight angle. That is, it's hard. It's really hard, but I mean, we saw right in there, Marist was able to get in and capitalize.
Yeah, I think a bit of uncertainty from Son of Car is the reason that ball was able to go in. Like you said, maybe just a little bit of a miscommunication, but I'm sure they're beating themselves up for that already, and hopefully they can learn from it and improve. Now we see Upa on the defense here. JFG able to send it, clear it right back down. Can they find the goal off the back? No, Cypher with a great block. It's going to come through and really be there when it was needed most. Cypher somehow barely able to hit it. Now sent right back down to clear toward Marquette's goal. They're going to have to send it right back. Playing the midfield is exactly what I think Marquette needs to be doing right now. Cypher, no! Cypher with the great save, but JFG from the top!
What a dunk by JFG. Watch this. Comes in. Cypher got the save, but JFG said, not so quickly. Not so fast. I'm right here. I'm in your face. Get in that goal. Great shot.
JFG giving Marist a run for their money here. Marquette, I mean, the 3-3 team living to tell the tale. Even if they lose this, they've made it this close already in game one. This is bound to be a great series.
And something, I completely agree. Something I can't help thinking is Marquette, a little bit of a miscommunication. That really sucks. You can see real quick, we see right here as he's getting this, you can see they're all bundled up right there.
Yep.
So all he has to do is just get that touch, and there's no one there to stop it. But kind of where I was going with that was Marquette has the advantage in this first game. They have that warm-up series. Marist doesn't. We can see a little bit of sloppiness in the defense by Marist, a little bit of miscommunication. So Marquette really needs to clean up that defensive play and push it to be able to keep scoring like this. Because if they can get that 1-0 lead, that is going to be such a morale booster that could push them to the win in this series.
Absolutely. And JFG almost single-handedly just dunks the ball again, or four-wheeledly, whatever. JFG by himself puts the ball in the goal there, and you know it's tied, but you know, just almost single-handedly JFG says, yeah, not really though, and scores again. I mean, that's a phenomenal look so far.
Yeah, it was a nice bump. What a fake by JFG. He kind of overshot the play off the wall, but he was able to sell it enough where the defense wasn't ready for that.
Yep, and a great block coming from Z-Ball there. Can they find a goal off the back? No, Z-Ball on fire on this defense right now. Back-to-back blocks, you know, you fold them once, shame on you. Doesn't look like you're going to be able to fool Z-Ball twice. A little high off the top. The goal's going to be blocked once again, and now Marquette, again, that unique position. They don't have to score, but stopping Marist from scoring is a much easier said than done situation, so they're really going to have to put their all into this defense. Winning by only a goal, I mean, that's still a win. Are they going to be able to do it? And right now, ooh, Cypher goes wide and actually sets Upa up to clear it back down main. Gonna bounce off Cypher. A little bit sloppy of a shot from Upa, but now the bumps coming out of Marist are very clearly putting a damper on Marquette's plans.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Marist has had about 3 missed opportunities I've seen where they've hit either the left crossbar or the top bar. And so this potentially could be a higher scoring game, but like I said, they're a little cold. Their little shooting accuracy is just a little bit off. But I mean, it's going to be scary if this team can get that on because they're showing some pressure here on Marquette.
Yeah, they really are putting the pressure on, and the demo onto Son of Car goes even further to prove it. JFG trying to save the ball here, but Tones just not letting up. A double save from JFG and Son of Car, respectively. Nobody's downfield. If that could have been shot, it possibly could have been found in the goal, but unable to do so quite yet. Now another demo coming out from Cypher. I mean, a bloodthirsty player if I've ever seen one. Cypher just demo after demo, and JFG getting a demo of their own here as well. It's going to be one demo after the other. There's a minute 10 left on the clock. Marquette, they are 1 minute away from a first-point victory here.
Yeah, what a clear by JFG. Beautiful play off the back. Yeah, man, you're totally right. This Marist squad is being very aggressive, as we can see right here. That's the pressure we were talking about, where we knew they were going to put it on. They're starting to warm up. Their sloppiness is going away. The ice has come off, and now they're there. Great cut by Tones, ready for that pass off the back. That was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Marist, they are able to put on the energy, and like you said, when the ice comes off, it's really starting to show. They're making fewer and fewer mistakes, and Marquette, they're a good team, but Marist at their best, few teams are that good, and we're going to see that here as Marist continues to warm up. I'm sure they've brought the best of the best they have to offer here today. I mean, Marist, they've got, I'd say this is probably a 70-30 situation. Marist most likely going to come out on top. Marquette very clearly giving them a run for their money. Can they keep up the momentum that we've already seen?
Exactly, and I mean, this is still anyone's game. We are coming down the last 30 seconds. This is the wire. If mistakes are made here, I guarantee this will define the winner of this game. This is the crunch time.
Absolutely, and a great setup from JFG, but nobody was downfield to find it. Senekar off the top of the goal now as well. We see coming through, but the demo just not able to come through in time. JFG and Senekar bouncing the ball back and forth, and now they're in that situation. They've got to score. They've got to let Upa score. They've got to let a teammate score. So close. Marist almost able to take the lead, but overtime now.
My God.
That could not have been closer. It is overtime. This is the now or never moment for these players.
That was so incredibly close. My God, there was a missed flip in front of that net, which just set them up perfectly. What a save on the goal line. Holy crap.
Absolutely. Now, the unique thing about Rocket League is one of these teams has to win. There is no, if I'm not mistaken, at least, there is no tie. It is now or never. One team wins, one team loses.
That is exactly true. This is a golden goal situation. There is no time limit.
Oh.
It goes until someone scores.
Yeah, that is a very unique thing about Rocket League. A lot of games have a mercy rule timer or an in-house timer that even in overtime, we just have to call it a tie at one point, but not Rocket League. They are here to say it goes until there is a winner, and it looks like that winner may be Marist. In the overtime, 43 seconds in greatness. Tones able to find that golden goal, puts Marist 4-3 in the lead, and confirms a first-point victory from Marist. They're now 2 points away from knocking Marquette out of the bracket.
You know what? We saw that exact type of victory in the Marquette versus Siena games, where there was guys on the defense pushed too far forward, and if I remember correctly, I believe it was JFG that was on the wall, cut him off, and was able to score that last goal.
Yep.
We saw the same thing from Tones. He was able to perfect 50 off that wall, and as he was in the air, bought him time to see no one's back. This is my time to go, and he just flew right into it. Beautiful ending. What a game. What
Honestly.
a game. That's what we're looking for. That was neck and neck. Marquette came out first, but Marist, once that ice came off, this is where we're starting to see why they were 6-1. This is where we're starting to see where that record's come from. So now that the ice is off, they've warmed up. Man, Marquette's got to really clean up that defense because Marist came in striking.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. What a game indeed, and we still have at least two more. I mean, that's something to look forward to. Is there's at least two more of these games, and a big difference between Marist and Marquette as well is Marquette. They've kind of fallen into the Siena situation of this. Marist took 9 shots at goal, and Marquette, they only took 7, which is still quite a lot, but you always want to maybe be in the higher number for that. You maybe want to be scoring as many times as possible. Of course, don't throw the game to try to score, but it's something that you definitely want to try to have online. And as we move into this next match, I completely agree. Marquette crumbled because of their defense. Are they going to be able to turn that around here?
Yeah, exactly. That's really what it's coming down to, because they've shown us now, I mean, even in that game, they lost, but they showed us that, hey, we got an offense that can really put the pressure on. We got an offense that can strike, and we can compete. And so now it's just, but can we counter when the pressure is on us? So it's going to be the narrative for this match, but I'm excited to see it.
Senekar, the underdog, if I've ever seen one, just right now trying to play that aggressive player, trying to play that defensive player, trying to be exactly where they need to be. But with the speed and aggression Marist moves, Senekar, I feel really struggling to find value off the back of these plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's coming down to that midfield again, and we're seeing...
Oh!
What a touch. Oh, man. Opa almost in there to completely dunk him off it. But the control of Marist right there, absolutely being calm, saying, dude, this ball's about to drop in. Just stay still, catch it, and go. That was beautiful concentration.
Absolutely, and there was a demo, a golden opportunity to score, but there's another demo. That's going to be 2 back-to-back. It's going to give Marquette just enough time to find a goal save there. It's not going to be any points on board yet, and already a minute off the clock, so the goal's taking a little bit longer to come through this time, and that's a great sign for Marquette, because that means their defense, it's working at least a little.
Yeah, exactly. JFG really had a good opportunity there. He was able to get in front of all the defenders.
Oh,
what a save.
Yeah,
Marist is all over the place right now.
Yep, Marist, I mean, they're playing that terrifying situation where they've got 3 consistent players who are running an offense and a defense. And again, we see Marquette a little bit too confident. They go a little bit too forward. They leave their goal wide open. So Cypher and Tones able to take absolute advantage of that opportunity. JFG frames away from knocking the ball off goal, but just unable to do so.
Yeah, Son of Car has got to be just saying sorry, because in that mode, he just absolutely took their defense completely out of the picture. There was no way JFG was going to be able to get back in that one, and it's going to be small mistakes like that Marist is going to absolutely dissect and take advantage of. So Marquette really has to focus really in on this and make sure they know where every single one of their teammates are, because if there's more opportunities like that for Marist, they are just going to absolutely run away with the series.
Yeah, absolutely. A phrase that one of my personal favorite phrases I use while casting is, if you give Marist an inch, they're going to take a mile. If you make one small mistake, they are going to take full advantage of that and probably score off the back of it. That's exactly what they've been doing, is waiting for Marquette to make these small mistakes, and Marist just comes in swinging, and there's nothing Marquette can do about it.
Yeah, it's something I'm seeing from Marquette in this series is, or at least lack of, is the touches that have meaning behind them. We're seeing that. Wow.
Opa.
All right, Opa, shut up. That's fine. I'm totally cool with that.
That was a very anticlimactic goal. That was just a very simple.
It was what I was expecting. I thought that might have been more of a pass to JFG, because JFG was perfectly in place to redirect that. But I mean, hey, a distraction is distraction led to a goal. We now have a tied game.
Absolutely. Marquette, I mean, like I said, I don't think they're going to be able to win this series, but that by no means means they're going to make it easy for Marist. They are giving it their 110%, and if the underdog team gets to survive another day, which, wow, what a blink and you miss it moment there. Again, 10 seconds, and JFG, a phenomenal pass. Son of Car just absolutely body slams that ball into goal.
JFG, hat off to you, my dude. That was beautiful mechanics. The redirect of his car to absolutely put that perfectly in front of Son of Car. Dude, that was beautiful, man. That was absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely. And Son of Car goes for another goal, but unable to crossbar, gets in the way. JFG, Son of Car, both unable to find value off the back. Now we're going to see Upa take ball control once again, but the defender's coming through. A great bounce upward, just trying to prevent Z-Ball from getting the ball, but it looks like JFG going to go for goal once again. Tones playing that phenomenal defense, able to find it, constantly blocking that goal. There's the demo from JFG. The goal's going to be wide open, but no, Z-Ball able to send it back into the back third of Marquette here. They're up 2-1. Marquette trying to keep this point alive. A minute and 42 seconds. They're in a winnable position.
Oh, JFG with a missed shot on that one. There was no one there. All he had to do was just chip it in. It's a really, really, lack of better words, a sucky situation, because that would have been able to put a very comfortable cushion on them to be able to just really control the ball and defense.
Absolutely. And of course, I'm not a Rocket League player at this level of these teams here, but if I was Marquette, you know that when Marist has the ball, that's when they flourish. This is a now or never keep away moment. Like, you literally don't even need to worry about scoring. You need to make sure Marist doesn't. And even a 2-1 lead, sure, it's not flashy, but at this point, I mean, what is this, quarterfinals? You're not looking to be flashy. You're looking to survive.
Yep, exactly. So, with touches like that, I was lucky that Son of Car was there, because that really wasn't the best touch to have in the mid. But like you said, with that, they really just have to keep the ball away. They need that offensive pressure. They need that midfield pressure, because if they lack on any of those, if Marist gets in their zone, it's going to be a scary situation.
Absolutely. And now we're going to see Upa trying to take, but Tones has control of the ball once again. I don't think anybody's downfield to block it. JFG and Z-Ball, however, no, Son of Car just right place, right time, slams on the brakes and gets that ball out of the way. 30 seconds left. We need the momentum to stay up for Marquette if they want to take us to at least game 4 here. And we can see Tones trying to score, but no, JFG able to throw it off center. This is the moment. Like I said, it really looks like Marquette, they're not looking to score. They're looking to do exactly what I said a minute ago. They're looking to make sure Marist doesn't.
Yeah, and they're really, Marist in their zone, they're putting on that pressure. This is a do-or-die situation, but wow, great clear by Marquette. Great clear right there. That's beautiful.
That's what they needed.
They needed to be able to reset Marist because now it's in their zone. It's going to be keeping the ball up, but they're keeping up. It's going the wrong direction, though, for Marist.
Can Marquette score off the back of this? That would just be insult to injury. Stall the ball for 2 minutes, but no, Marquette able to take that second game win. That's going to be 1-1. That's a guaranteed at least game 4.
Yep, here we go. We are guaranteed another 2 games. And that was a much better showing by Marquette.
Absolutely.
Obviously, it was overtime the first game, but Marquette was kind of feeling a little rushed in the defense. You can kind of feel that they were feeling the pressure. On that one, like we saw that in the last 30 seconds right there. Super calm in the defense. Very, very calm. They were spread out. They were able to keep that pressure going. And so, man, I hats off to Marquette on that especially the last 30, 45 seconds. They really showed that, hey, when the pressure is on us, we're able to play with the best. We're able to really keep our composure. That was great. Great.
Yeah, no doubt. That was absolutely great. And Marquette, I didn't catch the exact number, but I'll be able to have it in just a second. Oh, there it is. Hold on, give me just a sec. Marquette, they took the shots. They took more that time. 8 shots from Marquette, only 4 from Marist. So like I said, it doesn't make or break the game, but of course, the more shots you make, the more chances you have to score. That's exactly what Marquette did. Don't get me wrong, low scoring game, but they also didn't shoot that many times. 6 shots, you scored 1/3 of the time. Not bad. Marist, they scored 25% of the time. So it's obviously that better score record. And Marquette, the momentum, the heat is coming out.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And that was a game that Marquette really needed to win.
Absolutely.
Because obviously if you're put in that 2-0 scenario and you have to win 3 straight games, it is pressure nonstop. But here, they tied the series up. They're like, okay, cool. We are competing with these guys. We are head-to-head with these guys. Let's just keep playing our game. And if they continue to do how they did last one, man, it's going to be hard for Marist as well, because, Marquette, we can see the chemistry in their play.
Yeah, you really can. And Marist, I feel, is doing a great job so far, but we've yet to see a lot of team play. We've seen a lot from Marist, but it's yet to be, the assists, the team blocks, the passing. It's just been a lot of, the goal. Because that's all it really feels Marist is looking for.
Yeah, and here, something that I've noticed, and you've been saying on it too, if they want to score, they need to get rid of Z-Ball.
Yep.
Z-Ball is absolutely a unit in front of that net. So if they can get rid of him, I guarantee they'll be able to put at least 3 more goals.
Oh, look at that. Perfect example.
As we say,
JFG has a perfect shot. Who's going to stop it? Z-Ball. Just absolute powerhouse on this defense right now. And don't get me wrong, their offense hasn't been great, but that by no means takes away the phenomenal defense this player has been offering so far. Defense like that is the reason you're on a starting line in a tournament like this. Okay, maybe not defense like that.
Okay,
that's not a great look for Marist, but Son of Carr's not your average offensive player. They have been, season 1 grand champion. They've been putting in the works.
Yeah, and it sucks in that situation because we were just praising Z-Ball, and he gets a really bad...
To be fair, Z-Ball wasn't in front of goal there.
Well, he was the one that tapped it in.
Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, yeah. His bad. Definitely a rough look. Oh, no! Z-Ball, come on! Okay, JFG throws it. JFG completely misses the most free goal I've seen on stream in weeks.
All he had to do was put his wheels down. That's all he had to do.
The wheels had to come down, and that would have been a free one. That would have been a 2-0 lead for Marquette in the first minute and a half of the match. But now, unable to come through. Tones with a good block, however, not playing that defense, just trying to stay aggressive. And right now, we see Marquette. They're putting on the pressure, but now they've got to be careful. If they let their hubris get the best of them, it's going to start costing. They really need to make sure Marist gets as few opportunities as possible to score.
What a shot opportunity by Tones right there. It was just wide. It plagued them in the first game too, where they should have been up by at least 3 goals, but they were hitting that crossbar. It's the same thing here. That was a banger, unsavable, but he just shot it wide.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the shot opportunities coming out a lot more from Marquette than we do Marist, but Marist, the defense, just flawless so far. Other than the 1 goal they've let slip through, they have been doing a phenomenal job of not allowing Marquette to take any opportunity.
Yeah, so that's kind of a bizarre touch by Opa. Like, it works, though, because it cut off the pressure that Marist was putting on and being able to do a counterattack. But still, he pushed it to an area that not even his own teammates could really get to it. And so that's always very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be difficult moving forward, but we see JFG able to play a little bit of defense, which doesn't really seem to be their comfort zone. They take the shot, and they're unable to find much value off the back of it because JFG, right place, right time, and that's really how it feels JFG seems to be playing. Just as a player, they always right place, right time, and that's a great way to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I completely agree. But right here, we're seeing more Maris is starting to get that pressure in. Marquette is doing a really good job of clearing it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Z-Ball able to come through with a demo on a JFG. The demos, you know, they're not super high value unless you destroy the defender as you throw the ball into the goal. But right now, you know, it's going to be a little bit helpful. Oh, speaking of demos, we get a first-person point of view one there. Senekar taking Cypher out of the fight there. Senekar, I mean, that almost a great opportunity, able to return back to the goal and block this. Now they need to clear the ball back down to this main field because they're getting danger close to Marist scoring a minute and a half. Can Marquette put themselves up in this series?
Yeah, this is the same thing that we were talking about last game, where that 1-0 lead on Marist is not a massive lead, because Marist, all they need is one opportunity, and they're going to punish you for it. And oh no! Oh, he shot it high! Z-Ball, no!
Crossbar coming in again. Z-Ball, I mean, a much better defensive than offensive player. That ball just barely unable to make it into the goal. 60 seconds left. Marquette, they are back in that unique situation. You don't need to score. You just need to make sure Marist does not. Senekar, though, gonna make it even better. A phenomenal shot. I thought it was Marist scoring as soon as I had said it, and I was like, oh, man. But no, it is Marquette once again. Senekar right over top. Cypher and Tones just AFK. I mean, that was all Tones had to do was jump.
Yeah, on a moment like that, it's difficult, because in that moment, yeah, it looks a little slow. You're like, why did you jump? But when you're looking at that, his defender was right in front of him, and so he probably said, I got it, and then he misses it. And so there's that split second of, oh no, he missed it, I got to jump, and that was a fire of a shot. So by this time, his brain clicked, like, okay, I got to move. The ball was already over him. Wow, Marquette is putting on insane pressure right now.
That's exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, Marist is definitely looking lost in the defensive zone right now. They're just not able to handle Marquette.
I think Marquette has cracked the code where Marist, they are used to being the aggressors. They are used to being the offensive team. But Marquette said, we're going to flip the script. We're going to force Marist to play this defensive style. And that's not what they're here to do. 7 seconds left. Marquette, I mean, they've got this in the bag.
They really do. Wow. My predictions, man, Marquette, I had
They're spot on so far.
They are. I mean, they still have to get one more win after this. At this point, 0-0's across, 2-0. There's no way that Marist could have come out with that. But,
yep,
man, what a showing by Marquette. They're really cleaning up that defensive. We saw they came off attacking the first, couldn't handle the defense. Then, all of a sudden, okay, so the defense didn't go in their way, and Marist was able to win in that overtime. Then there was kind of more of a neck and neck. Marquette looked like it was about to get that lead, and then Marist kind of put that cap on it. It was close. Marquette was able to take it. And then again, now we can see Marquette really starting to click. Okay, we got that first game out of the way. Second game was too close for comfort, but we were able to get that victory. Now they got a 2-0 victory over them. In this one, now they're up 2-1. They're starting to really find that weakness in that Marist College. Marquette, they see one more game. If they keep running with this, man, this would be great.
I mean, to see a 3-3 team not only dominate their first game, but possibly knock out the #1 seed in their second, like that is... And just to remind you guys watching at home, there is no loser's bracket. If Marist loses this next game, the #1 seed is gone from the tournament, and they lost to a 3-3 team that has been nothing but phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And I love a good underdog story. And what's the best part about sometimes like double elimination tournaments are good for morale. Be like, okay, we lost, we still have a chance. But that single elimination, man, those wins are an all new high. Because all right, we got that first win, we're good to go. Man, if Marquette beats the #1 seed, I could see them just taking that all the way through this and absolutely dominating this tournament.
Absolutely. And just to put it in perspective once again, Marquette, 13 shots at goal last game.
Wow.
Marist, 7.
Oh,
so almost double what we've seen. So Marquette, they are in the driver's seat, no pun intended here. But Marquette, they have taken the wheel on this, and they are not going to give Marist a moment to breathe.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why they need to keep on it.
Oh, Marist is back. Z-Ball, a phenomenal offense. They're going to take an early lead, but this is exactly what Game 3 looked like. We saw Marist with that early lead, and Marquette came out swinging.
I had a bad feeling about this one. I really did. The second I saw
you did say Game 5.
I did. I saw Opa get that mistouch in the corner, and I'm like, oh no. Because mistouches in the corner are always some of the most awkward touches to recover from.
Yep.
And so I saw him hit that, and I go, oh no, this is going to set up perfectly for Marist. And it did. And it's stuff like that that Marist is going to do. Right? We kind of talked about a little bit last game. They didn't have an opportunity, but now they do. They have an opportunity. They are going to punish you for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cypher now with the demo coming through, not only does Cypher help with the first goal, but now he's going to help eliminate team or opponents as well, able to take that out there. And Son of Car putting the pressure onto Z-Ball. Again, cannot say it enough. When you are looking to score, Z-Ball's the player that's got to go because they have just been on top of they have been glued to the goal.
Exactly. He had a little bit of a bad game last game. And so that's going to be one of two things for Z-Ball. It's either one, it's be like, okay, I kind of messed up this last game. Now I really need to kick it in the gear to show what I'm made of. Or two, it's going to do the opposite to him, and he's going to get down on himself. So that's really what we're going to see in the series from Z-Ball. Does he take it and build on it, or does he take it and let him destroy it for this league?
Yeah, Marist, I've got this completely unrelated comment, but Marist, they are the team, the most bloodthirsty team I've seen in terms of demolitions and just terms of slamming into the opponent. I mean, it's a great strategy, and it works out very well for them, but I mean, we've got to be 10, 12 demos in, and we're only on, what is this, game 3? Game 4?
Yeah. Open net opportunity.
Open net! JFG able to tie it up. A great pass from Upa and Marist. I mean, I tell you, somebody's glued to the net, and apparently the glue broke because he's no longer there. Open goal, and Marquette, they take full opportunity of that. They tie it back up.
That was really not a smart touch by Tones because he put it in an area without knowing that a Marquette offensive player was right there. And if Marquette wasn't there, that would have been a smart play because it would have given an opportunity for his corner player to take it and go with it. But the fact that Opa was right there, it was a perfect touch pass to just fool the defenders, left a wide open net. That was beautiful.
Yeah, honestly, it was great communication, and whether or not Marquette meant to do that on purpose, they very clearly can adapt fast enough to take full advantage of the opportunity. Now, Tone's looking for a goal off the crossbar. It's going to go from a tie to a lead once again for Marist. 3 minutes left on the clock, and Marist, they're able to take the lead out from under the noses of Marquette. This just barely makes it in. Upa couldn't have done much. Whether they were there or not, that was going in just a little bit higher. Marist would have missed that goal.
Yep, exactly. That was great placement. Those goals that come right down to hit the defender on the back are such a sweet and spicy goal altogether because it kind of puts a little bit of salt in the wound because there's not really much the defender can do. But that was absolute great placement.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Marquette, they're now in a situation. Can they at least push us into overtime? Can they tie this up? Can they make it 2-2? I mean, 2.5 minutes, that's plenty of time. Can they take the lead? Can they make it 3-2? This could be the highest scoring game we've seen so far. Game 1, 7 points. So maybe not as close, but right now these teams, they're scoring pretty consistently.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I haven't even hit 2 minutes. We're barely over the halfway mark. So there is plenty of time for them not only to tie it, but to either one, push it into overtime or be able to send it to the victory for themselves.
And, Cypher with the save of a lifetime. Upa finds the demolition and everything, but Cypher, blink and you miss it. They're able to find it. Tones, demo on the Son of Car. Now the ball gets lost, but Upa right off the back of it above the goal. Is anybody there for the follow-up? No! Z-Ball gonna be able to destroy it once again. That glue must have come back twice as strong, full strength. Z-Ball right now. Defense of a lifetime. Marist knows this is their last legs. They are in the corner and they are ready to fight.
Marist is having
come on.
Marist is having amazing opportunities right now. They are just inches from being able to tie this up. Marist is absolutely holding on by strings. Like, it is so close right now.
Just a few threads keeping this team alive. Marist, I mean, they're making some pretty macro mistakes right now as well, and it's definitely cost them their placement of the ball, their shots. I mean, they've missed quite a few good shots, and, you know, that could be nerves. This is the #1 seed team. They're not usually in this position.
Yep, exactly. Great save by JFG.
Wow.
That was a great cut. That was a great cut because he noticed that his defender was backwards. And backwards saves are some of the most awkward and difficult saves to make. So a beautiful cut rotation by JFG to push that off.
Yep, and I mean, every time Marquette goes to set up the ball, there's one person to ruin it. It's going to be Z-Ball. Marquette, they have had so many great opportunities to score, but here's this little blue card. Nope, not anymore. There's your opportunity down the drain there. Your shot opportunity going to be flushed just by almost a single player.
Yes, exactly. Z-Ball is absolutely keeping them in this to win this because, man, his defense is next level. He is absolutely recovering by according to his last game.
Miscommunication there coming out from Marquette. We saw JFG unable to, or excuse me, not JFG, Man of Car unable to find his goal off the back, but no, Son of Car able to tie it up.
Yeah, I was going to jump on that too. So great way to see that. That was a miscommunication in the air. That could have been a beautiful shot, but way to keep the pressure on and keep it in the zone so they're able to put that in. We are now 20 seconds left. 2-2 game. Who is Marquette going to be able to take this? Or is Marist
Honestly,
to game 5?
My best guess with the pace these guys have been scoring, we're probably going into overtime here. So these next 10, 20 seconds probably don't matter unless we see some real miscommunication from one of these teams. 7 seconds left. We'll probably get forced into the overtime here, and then they really get to start over. They get to knock the ball around a little bit, and not much. Yeah, we're going to get forced into that overtime. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen until the ball touches the ground. That's right. So is it going to come from here? No! JFG a little bit too high off the top of the goal, unable to make the magic happen. But overtime here, last time we were in this scenario, Marist came out on top. Are they going to be able to do that here right now? Great shot opportunity for Z-Ball, but Z-Ball not known for the offense. Going to be forced back into their back third. Going to have to play that defense. Son of Kar and Upa getting aggressive very quickly. Going to try to send it in. That's an open goal almost, but Cypher able to come into the blink of an eye. All three defenders able to find it. 20 seconds into defense here, 20 seconds into overtime. One of these teams has to score. This could be the moment where Marist goes home.
This could be. Marquette is, I mean, they're looking good in the midfield, but like you're saying, Marist is right there. They're playing really well. Z-Ball's holding a good end. Tones is absolutely holding it down as well. So this is going to be, see right there, there should have been someone there. That was a beautiful pass setup, but no one was there to take it.
Oh, and with the demo coming from Cypher, that's going to be a great shot opportunity here for Marist. If they can find the value off the back of it, it could be very good for them to do. But no, Z-Ball going to make it difficult as always. It's a Son of Kar trying to clear it, but almost spelling disaster there. That could have been bad for Marist. No, is it going to be Upa? Upa just off the corner once again, top right, a little too far to the right. Upa cannot make the magic happen. And right now, Marist, here we go. Look for the goal. Is it an open one? No, Son of Kar able to keep it alive. Almost a minute and a half into overtime. One of these teams has to do something eventually, and Marist, they've got to be sweating. Upa could not have been closer to scoring there.
Oh, some of these rotations are getting scary right now. I keep thinking, Marquette keeps putting balls right in front of the net, and there's no one there to follow, and they're leaving. Oh my gosh, some of these shots are getting so close.
Yeah, I mean, these really could not be any closer other than just going directly into the goal, and Cypher and Tones. No! Upa going to be blocked out by Z-Ball once again. Son of Kar and Upa with the setup, but nobody's there for the follow-up. We are a minute and 45 into overtime, and this feels like an eternity for these players and you guys watching at home. But this has to come to an end one way or another. Son of Kar, another phenomenal block. The ball flying toward Marist's goal. Is Upa able to make the magic happen? No, but is it Son of Kar? No, it's going to be Z-Ball once again able to take that out, and Son of Kar trying to find the backflip shot into the goal, but no, once again, Marist, they're going to be on top of it. This is going to come down to the wire. It's going to be a setup, but no, Z-Ball with the high shot off the top of the goal, unable to do it once again, and now time after time, these players, JFG with another block, but that's a great setup for somebody on Marist if they're there to make the shot. No, it's going to be knocked off center. It's going to be going into midfield here. Upa now just trying to clear it down toward Marist. 2.5 minutes into overtime. Somebody's got to do it. Is it going to be JFG? No, off to the right of the goal. Once again, these players got to do something, in his Tones finds the demo onto Son of Kar. It's going to get cleared right back toward Marquette's goal. Somebody has to score now or never. Are we going to see a game 5?
Oh my god. This is neck and neck right now. Oh my goodness. They're both with misses like that, balls right in front of the net, it is making my chest so tight right now. Oh my god, these shots. They're getting so close. They're getting so close. Both teams are putting it right on the mark, but man, the defense on both these squads is insane.
With the intensity of this game, you'd think this was Game 5 Grand Finals, but no, this is only Game 4, possibly Marist's last, if Marquette can get control of the ball once again. JFG with a clear right down main. Z-Ball, just the powerhouse of a defender, but no, it's going to be JFG! Marquette able to eliminate the #1 seed team from the tournament. Marquette, they take not 1 or 2, but all 3 matches out from underneath Marist. That is going to be the #1 seed taken out by a 3-3 team. Marquette is here to win.
Who else than JFG? We're just watching it. Well, let's look at these stats real quick. I just want to take a look real quick at these shots. JFG, 9 shots. I knew that it was something crazy.
JFG with 9.
All I have seen him is just in their face that entire match. That was incredible. My heart is pounding. I love Rocket League. This is amazing. That was
JFG not only with 9, but Marquette with 12 shots on goal. We see Marist with 10. So, you know what? Not that different. But Marquette, I mean, they have come to life and they are here to win. I got goosebumps. Amazing. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming out of this team. And it's something that you do not see aggression like this from a 3-3 team. Marquette, they are here to win today.
And Marquette just knocked off the #1 seed in this tournament. Absolutely showed out. That was incredible. Marquette, hats off to you guys. Marist, hats off to you guys as well. Coming in cold, I know how difficult that is. You guys put on a show. You guys had great plays. Z-Ball, you are a monster in that, man.
Truly.
You are an absolute unit. Hats off to you guys. How many saves did he have in that? Z-Ball had 3 saves, and so did Cypher.
Amazing.
Wow.
Those are the saves that counted. That doesn't include any of the clear Z-Ball found off the back of a bunch of shots. But now we are going to get to pull JFG in here and talk to Marquette a little bit more.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my friend.
Feeling?
How are you? How are you feeling? You just eliminated the #1 seed.
It feels good.
It feels good. Feels good. You heard it here first, folks. Winning a game does feel good. So tell me, JFG, I mean, that had to be tough. #1 seed, you guys are 3-3. Like you said, doesn't necessarily reflect the season that we've seen, but it's something that, I mean, you guys just did the impossible.
Yeah, I'm gonna just be real. I think Big East is probably a better conference as a whole, and Marist was definitely the best team out of the MAAC. So we just spent a lot of time making sure we knew how they played, and we put a lot of work into stuff like that, and we got really used to their play style. So
Yeah,
I think that's what really did it for us.
Absolutely.
And I mean, it showed up too. You guys were playing. We were saying it. I mean, obviously, there was a few defensive mistakes here and there, but when it really came down to it, what I've been seeing not only from your Siena match, but now this match is your guys' ability to set up plays consistently is incredible to watch, man. You guys are constantly where you need to be. So I really just want to jump into those last seconds of that overtime. So you guys were keeping the pressure on, man. It was starting to get a little back and forth. You put it back on. Take me those last 10 seconds before you scored that goal. What was going through you guys' comms?
Last 10 seconds, we were just telling everyone was just stay calm, remain cool. We still have it. Just wait for them to hit it middle. And then in that final moment, ball comes out middle. It's a really easy clear for me, and like I said, we've been playing ones all weekend.
Right.
So just putting that on net, I knew it was going to be an awkward save no matter what. It's just a hard save. It was really awkward for him. Bounces right off the back wall, and that's just a pretty easy shot at that point.
Yeah,
So.
man,
Absolutely.
it was beautiful. We lost our mind up here. So
we did.
it
We
was
absolutely
awesome.
did. So correct me if I'm wrong, but just a question for you. So Marquette, your team play style seems to be keep a level head, we'll make it work. Is that kind of what you guys work with as a team?
Yeah, I think so. I think a good philosophy to have is don't beat yourself, make the other team beat you, and that way when they make mistakes, stuff like that, it's pretty easy to counter on. Just you don't have to be perfect yourself, but if you can make the other team have to be perfect, that's really hard to do for them. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a great mental to have, and if I'm not mistaken, you guys have secured your place in the semifinals. You are 2 victories away from taking this whole thing home.
Definitely, and we're really happy to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. And I don't think we get to cast you anymore today, but I mean, best of luck to you guys. Definite fan favorite here from the casting box. We were absolutely rooting for you guys. Everybody loves an underdog story, and to watch you eliminate the #1 seed, I mean, just phenomenal performance from all 3 of you.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good
Happy
luck with the rest
birthday,
of the
Mom.
tournament, man.
Yeah, good luck with the rest of the tournament, guys. And with that, everyone, Rocket League not over quite yet, but we are going to throw it to a quick break. We're going to have to get our other teams in here. And thank you so much for watching this one. We've got so much left for you guys, so don't go far, because these games, I mean, they are on the up and up. DePaul versus Fairfield is going to be the next one. And that's, I mean, are we going to see another top seed eliminated by a 3-3? I mean, anything can happen. Don't go far. There's so much Rocket League left to be played.
do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
and you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to Game 4, I believe. We've done a lot of Rocket League today, so now we are technically in the quarterfinals, and it's going to be Fairfield versus DePaul University. Now, we talked about this a little bit off stream, but I'll bring it up early on here. I want to draw that comparison between Marquette and DePaul, where both of these teams are 3-3. Their records are not phenomenal, but both of the people we've spoken with have both said, you know, that record does not reflect how well these players really are. We've spoken to Jaco and we've spoken to JFG, and they have both given, in my opinion, the epitome of what a team member should be. They've talked about the importance of esports in and out, and they have done a phenomenal job. Question is, can Jaco lead DePaul to a victory the same way JFG led Marquette just minutes ago?
Yeah, and this is going to be very, very similar in the way of the matchup, where we see Fairfield, who is the #2 seed in this tournament, but this is also their first series of the day, so they're going to be coming in cold. DePaul also has a first series because they were a forfeit win over St. John's. So the two teams really starting to get warm up. When we talked to Jaco, we said that they've been doing scrims and stuff. I guarantee you Fairfield will do the same thing.
Of course.
So this first game will definitely be a teller for this series.
Of course, and Jaco tries to find an open goal, but doesn't have the boost to do it fast enough. Elysium now going to get in the way as well, trying to send it back down main, and whoa! Matter with an open goal, clean midfield shot. Fairfield's going to put themselves up early on with that 1-0 lead, less than a minute into the match.
Yeah, and that was a great play by Fairfield. Really the speed on him, able to juking out the teammates and getting there, and they had a little too much pushed up in that midfield, and like you said, they're able to take advantage of it right in there. 1-0 score going for Fairfield.
Yeah, Fairfield. No, but DePaul, Jaco, the team leader coming in hot. Jaco able to find that 1-1 tie-up. I mean, speaking of open goals, I mean, Black Wraith and Jaco just off the back of it. Soccer's out a second too late. Jaco gets that free goal. I mean, we're not even a minute in. That's 2 goals on board.
And what's crazy is that's now 2 series back-to-back where we've seen a botched kickoff that led to a goal.
Yep.
And so it's beautiful sight to be able to see that. Jaco saw, oh, yep, they missed it. I'm in. And just sped right up to it. Absolutely had everyone beat. And they're in it. It is now a tied game.
Yeah, absolutely tied up right away. And DePaul, I mean, that's a good look. You know, the open goal wasn't a good look for them, but Fairfield made the very same mistake minutes later, seconds later. So it goes to show that, you know, maybe both these teams, like you said, this is game 1 for everybody.
Yeah, it really is. So this is really them shaking that ice off, getting to know what type of opponents they're up against, and being able to really just go from there. So it's definitely going to be telling.
Oh, no way that didn't go in.
Matter, you are nuts.
Matter with the defense, the block of something I thought was a guaranteed, but Matter somehow able to find another open goal though from DePaul and Fairfield. Matter not only prevents their goal, but finds one of his own off the back of it. I mean, he walks that thing across the field.
Yeah, definitely a misread by the defense in that midfield where Matter is coming down, and they pre-jumped way too high on that defense. So on those situations, I think we saw DePaul get a little too greedy on that midfield. He should have just made his way back to the net and tried for a 50 to cut him off. So
yeah, agreed. And I'm hoping maybe between Fairfield and DePaul, I mean, we're seeing a lot of aggression. Everybody's abandoning goals. That's something we've noticed not once, but 3 times now. I mean, that's something we've seen 3 times in a row. And I'm thinking, with players this aggressive, it's almost destined we're going to see a Rule 1 in here somewhere.
Sometime, somewhere, and we just can hope and pray that they actually respect the rule.
Fingers crossed. Nothing I love more than a respected Rule 1. And nothing makes me laugh harder than people that, I mean, 2-3 minutes into a match, and they're just slamming into each other. That always gives me a good chuckle. But now, we're going to see Fairfield, they're going to have to, I mean, never mind. They're going to have to stand still and do nothing as Black Wraith gets the freest goal we've seen, and we've seen 3 open goals in a row. I mean, Matter is, and Soccer Scout at the bottom. Oh, okay, no, Soccer Scout does go for it. Okay, I just missed.
Okay, see, that's what I was trying to, because I couldn't quite see who went underneath, but I saw Matter watching it, and I think in his mind, he's going, all right, cool, I got a teammate here, he's got it. But as we can see, that Soccer was too far forward, and so that shot was just over him. The backflip wasn't where it needed to be. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely unfortunate. But now we see DePaul able to tie it back up. Lavish getting a little bloodthirsty. Our first demo of the matchup. Able to find that, but unable to find the goal off the back, off the crossbar, and able to send it back down. Fairfield now. Lavish getting bloodthirsty. That's a double kill coming in. Lavish right now just trying to find these demos when they matter most. Jaco on goal. Can they find value off the back? No. Lavish a little bit too low. Black Wraith now playing that defense. And I specifically remember Jaco told us Black Wraith a little bit more of an offensive player. So you see them blocking goals shows a great game understanding and knowledge of where they need to be.
Yeah, last time I saw DePaul play, Black Wraith was playing as well. And you can definitely notice that. He is definitely more offensive-minded. He is more of the aggressive player in DePaul.
Open goal.
Which is good, yeah, because there were set up opportunities like this where he's bumping and he's able to set up opportunities for his teammates to get down there.
Absolutely, and there's that offense we were talking about minutes ago. Ooh. That's going to be a victory lead for DePaul, 3-2, a minute 40. This is quite the high-scoring game for Game 1. I mean, these people aren't even supposed to be warmed up.
That's right. What? We were just talking his ear off about Black Wraith. We were really hyping his ego, and he showed up. Beautiful 50 in the mid to get right in front of the net, and Lavish was there to smack it in.
Absolutely. A great assist coming in from Black Wraith, that offensive player doing a great job. And like you said, just the teammate there to clean up off the back of it. Jaco now trying to find a goal there. Oh, and it's going to be another one! DePaul has woken up. That's 2 goals in 10 seconds.
You know what? I am seeing a lot of similarities in playstyle between Marquette and DePaul. So you talked about this earlier. If we end up seeing Marquette and DePaul in the finals, they could really be like at a standstill because their playstyle is so similar.
Truly. Assuming, that was almost disastrous there. Oh, Jaco there, insult to injury. The goal doesn't come through, but Jaco sure does, able to find that demo. And something I want to point out, I want to jump back here, is something we're seeing is DePaul and Marquette play very similar play styles where they are playing as a team of 3. Lavish, again, a great shot. Marist and Fairfield, they are playing as a group of 3 individuals that are all very high skilled.
I agree.
But Marquette and DePaul, they are playing as a team of 3. They are playing as one individual rather than 3 individuals on the same team. And it is really working out. I mean, this was a nail biter maybe 30 seconds ago, but DePaul 3 goals in a row? I mean, come on, this is brutal.
Yeah, 3 unanswered goals in a minute and a half. Like, these guys are absolutely running with this. And I think that's perfect for the underdog story because they're able to really run on that momentum. And we kind of talked about this off stream where I really heard that in Jaco. Like, he is so confident in his team that is going to help lead them to victory if they get.
Is that another one? No, okay.
That would have been a great dribble. But that's what we'll see. If we see DePaul come out, I guarantee you it's because of the confidence these players have in each other.
Absolutely. And if you guys weren't able to join us for that interview with Jaco earlier, go back and watch it because that man embodies what it means to be a member of the esports community. And he really just is a phenomenal player and a great guy. He was awesome to talk to. And he's very clearly a great Rocket League player. And he's got the teammates to match. I mean, they are now up 6-2 against a top seed team. And something tells me they aren't even breaking a sweat yet.
Not even. I could tell in a little bit. There was a little bit of trying to figure each other out in that first half of this game. But like I said, that's going to be the tell. And now they find, okay, cool. We warmed up really quickly. We have found their weaknesses. They're going to keep attacking it. No mercy in this team. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 seconds, 7 seconds left. Fairfield, I mean, the coffin was nailed long ago. They're just, maybe they can score one more, change the differential? Nope, not even. That's going to be a clean win for DePaul. And the first thing I'm going to want to look at as soon as it comes up here is the amount of shots taken by DePaul. It's going to be 13. 13 shots taken by DePaul. And what was 7 points scored? 6 points scored?
6 points scored, yes.
I mean, that is magnifique. Yeah, that's almost a 50% score rate. Lavish
was putting on the heat with 7 shots. Like, absolutely insane, just dumping that on them. And so I'm just like, whew, this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see that underdog team really push for it. Obviously, like I said before, we had Marist, and now we have Fairfield top seed. And these underdogs, these lower seed teams, are really giving them a go. Like, they're really making them work for it. And so now we're going to see, okay, Fairfield, we kind of got smacked in this first game, but they're able to kind of get a feel for how their play style goes. So now it's time to see what Fairfield's going to do about it.
Absolutely. And DePaul, they score 6 points, and this could not be a better visual of what I was trying to talk about, how they play as a cohesive unit. 6 points, each of them scored 2. That is such a poetic example of the fact that they are not playing as individuals. They're not playing as blood hunters. They're not playing as this aggressive team. They're playing as a single cohesive unit with a very impressive leader, a very just intelligent, well-rounded, passionate player on that team in the form of Jaco, and Lavish and Black Wraith. I mean, they're exactly the same, you can tell. It's just a great team all around.
Yeah, and especially if you have a captain that leads that way and he lets his players know that he is confident in them, and they truly understand that and feel it. There's that chemistry that's going to build, and then there's that, it's just beautiful team effort that you really can't break from these guys.
Of course.
And so I know they're going to keep running this. I know the comms right now are saying, or I know Jocko's saying, yo, that was awesome. We got this. We still have 2 more wins to go. So let's keep going, because they really did. They played incredible, but now I think we're about to see Fairfield jump back on it and put the pedal to the metal. So we'll see how they counter on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And something JFG said off stream that I know Jocko was the exact same way. I said, you eliminated the #1 seed. How do you feel? He said, I'm not worried they were the #1 seed. He said, I'll be excited when we win. Yes. And that is exactly the mindset you need to have. Is every team is just another team. And right now, I mean, DePaul, they're trying to show us that these teams, just another team. Fairfield, they've got the potential to come back, but they've got to be playing much different than they were in Game 1. It was something that was not working out well for them, and as Soccer Scout finds the demo onto Jocko early on, that could be a disastrous elimination coming through, but no, instead, we're going to see Lavish take the ball to the back third of Fairfield. That looks like an open goal scenario. Here's Jocko trying to send it back, trying to clear it down. Soccer Scout bounces it back in, but Lavish able to pick it up from behind. Now Jocko looking for the setup for a goal, and is it going to be Black Wraith? It sure is. Teamwork at its finest, my friends. A phenomenal pass. Lavish to Jocko. Jocko to Black Wraith. Black Wraith took goal. Fairfield just cannot keep up yet.
Seth, we can't say this enough. These guys are playing as one massive
It's
unit.
almost flawless.
It is. Like, those are the type of plays that I see coming out from, like, NRG and G2, where they're able to just flow the ball downfield, and it's like, okay, touch here, I pass out to you, all right, you should be here, pass it to you, boom, he's there, goal. Like, it's just incredible. Like, it is so cool to watch these guys do this. Like, that's what's going to win, is the team that is able to just play as a unit and not have any type of breaking point.
Absolutely. In Fairfield, by no means are we saying they're bad players, but they have yet to represent the same energy and consistency we have seen from DePaul today. And it's just something that Fairfield, they've got the potential, but right now they're still playing as those individuals. And it's so unbelievably clear with their play style that they don't have as quite a cohesive understanding of the team as DePaul does. Fairfield, a phenomenal team. They are a force to be reckoned with. DePaul just coming in a little bit stronger today. Oh.
Wow, that was such a close shot, and what a save coming out from the Fairfield team. But yeah, I'm just like, that's what we need to see from Fairfield, is we need to see them. We can see them, yes, okay, they have some mechanics, they have understanding of the game, but they're not looking for each other. They're looking just to get the ball down there.
Right, absolutely. And right now, DePaul, I mean, they're in that unique scenario. They don't have to score, theoretically speaking. They just have to make sure Fairfield doesn't. And they'll be on game point after that. That's huge.
Yep.
If DePaul wins this, they'll be 1 game away from possibly 3-0ing a top seed.
And what morale boost to come in on that in your first series and absolutely just destroy a top-seeded team in this tournament.
Absolutely. Fairfield almost able to find a goal, but again, a little bit too wide. Ends up hitting the left side of goal, and now Black Wraith, kid's on fire once again, but he's got to get over not 1, but 2 defenders. Matter trying to show Black Wraith that the defense does matter, but Lavish a little bit wide off to the right side as well. And now Jocko just trying to clear it downfield once again. Here comes Black Wraith, just constantly in possession of the ball. It's incredible how Black Wraith seems to be everywhere.
Yeah. Black Wraith really is all over them.
And
Jocko, what a sneaky touch.
He's
coming across the net. Watch this. So we see a touch, which could have been good, but yeah, not having a player there to touch it. Sneaky.
That's a 2-0 lead with we're over halftime. That's a 2-0 lead. DePaul looking good.
Yes, DePaul is looking really good. If they keep playing like this, like I was saying before, Fairfield's not going to be able to counter them.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Fairfield going to be quite mad at us when they watch this VOD review, but I mean, I'm sure they're seeing the same minor and macro mistakes that we are as well. That's a back-to-back demo coming through on Fairfield's end, though, so I mean, that's a great opportunity for them to score, but Jocko is single-handedly juggling the ball into the sky, a little wide for Black Wraith, and great block from Scout there, and unable to follow up off the back of it. Jocko now trying to get aggressive once again, but Soccer Scout, phenomenal defense right now. Just three blocks in a row, sending it back down main.
Yeah, and they're really taking all of the air out of Fairfield's attacks. They're really trying to take away any opportunity they have. I mean, that one went straight across net, and they're like, nope, we're just going to bang this off to the corner.
Yep.
Beautiful midfield play. It's just, DePaul is playing exactly how they need to play to win this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And once they get to the game that is DePaul and Marist, I'm going to be heartbroken we're not the ones casting it, because my God, have I developed an attachment to these teams. The underdog story has truly come through stronger than ever, and right now, I mean, 3 missed goals in a row though from DePaul. Come on, guys, I was just hyping you up. That was rough. They missed not 1 or 2, but 3 in a row. I mean, that's not a good look. But Soccer Scout just able to tap it in off the corner. DePaul maybe getting a little bit nervous. Only 1 goal away from a tie.
Yeah, and you can't count out Fairfield, even
of
with
course.
They are. I mean, now they're only within 1 goal of tying this up. You can never count out a team at this high caliber. Never can.
Yeah, honestly, Fairfield, I mean, the term reverse sweep exists for a reason, my friends, and maybe Fairfield is just getting warmed up. They may be down, but they are by no means out. They could come back in the blink of an eye, and DePaul, might not be able to adapt in time. DePaul's playing great, but we haven't had to see their adaptability yet, so maybe that's not their forte. Speaking of adaptability, I think that's where Fairfield is struggling. This is the first time in a long time that they're not in the driver's seat. We see DePaul controlling the momentum, controlling the speed, controlling the scoreboard, and Fairfield maybe not able to adapt to that.
Oh, wow. I was thinking, I was like, there might be a chance for that middle defender to be able to grab it, but this Matter came out.
It was a slow one.
It was a slow one. Those ones are always, Soccer tried to get that back flip save just off the mark, but beautiful.
But 30 seconds. 30 seconds, that goal might have been the nail.
That might have been. There is still a chance. I usually, when it's 2-0, I don't count them out until there's about 10 seconds left. So, or they do stuff like that.
Or that happens. Yeah. So as I say it, like I said, that may have been the nail, but maybe not. Fairfield, 23 seconds. That's absolutely enough time to score 1 more time.
Oh, absolutely, Sep. And like, he's really going to be kicking himself on that one. Lavish had a bad mistouch. If he would have been able to hit that to the corner, I would have called game. That would have been over.
Definitely. 20 seconds left, though. Can Fairfield come back? Are they going to be kicking? But no, it's Jocko. Jocko with the downtown shot. I mean, off the kickoff, lavish to Jocko. Jocko says, boop. That's it. No defenders in goal. That's a clean shot if I've ever seen one.
81 miles an hour. Jocko, what a shot. What a pass. That was incredible. Oh, yeah. That was incredible. That was a great shot.
15 seconds left. Fairfield down by 2. Black Wraith trying to make it 3, but just a little bit early. Misses the ball by just an inch there, if even. And now, I mean, 8 seconds, but no matter. 8 seconds left. We have a game on our hands. The teams, their offense is great. Their defense is... Everybody's not doing too hot. I mean, that's 3 back-to-back open goal shots. And right now, 8 seconds left. Can Fairfield do it again?
I don't know. I mean, it's not over till it's over. So they still technically, as long as that timer's going, and in Rocket League, as long as the ball stays up right now, it does not end. So they technically still have a chance to tie this and send it to overtime. Since they're in their zone.
Nope, that's it.
That touch, yep. That could have been it. Coming from your zone with that much time is very difficult.
Yeah,
very
absolutely.
And kind of a anticlimactic touch right there, but hey.
12 versus 6. DePaul took twice as many shots. DePaul took 12 shots. We saw Fairfield only take 6. That's
just, DePaul is finding the weakness of Fairfield and absolutely smothering them in it. They are saying, hey, you guys are not able to really counter our attacks, so we're just going to keep attacking. Because they're getting in there. I mean, obviously, besides that shot by Jocko from their own end, holy crap.
The downtown.
Yeah, that was a banger. And that just catches anybody off guard because, I mean, the way the rotation was going for Fairfield, their back defender was too far forward to be able to do about it. So, beautiful placement, beautiful comms. I guarantee you going on with the ball right now. So now it's Fairfield's time to shine. They have to do something because all they need that one win to boost the morale. Because I guarantee
that one win to stay alive.
Yes. If DePaul gets even 2 goals on them before they score, it's over.
Yep.
So really, Fairfield needs to be the one to strike first to be able to get that morale boost, get that confidence, say, guys, we're still in this. We can do it. It's not impossible. It's just really difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, DePaul, they are 5 minutes away from 3-0ing a top seed. I mean, we could see back-to-back upsets here.
Yes. Yeah, we most definitely could.
right now it's going to be a slow burn, but Lavish playing that defense, looking for the Hail Mary. Soccer Scout able to get in the way. Great save. And oh, Black Wraith comes in a little bit far to the left, unable to do so. Half a minute off the clock already. 4.5. Plenty of time for these teams to make this magic happen. Almost a Rule 1 there between Soccer Scout and Black Wraith, but they bounced off corners instead. They didn't quite go face to face. And Jocko with an open goal. Soccer Scout, no, with the bounce. Able to make it in, but now here's Black Wraith as well. Numbers from Elysium finally coming through. I almost forgot Elysium was playing. That's the first thing that they've done in a little while there.
Yeah, he has been a little quiet, that's for sure. And I mean, we are seeing again, DePaul is absolutely smothering Fairfield in this mid-play. So they are being dominant right off the mark, and that's the thing you don't want to see if you're a Fairfield fan or student, because Fairfield needs to attack first. They need to get that first opening goal. If they don't, I highly doubt that they'll take this game.
Absolutely. And oh, Lavish with the demo coming in quick. Matter, can they find it? Matter goes too high. The bounce comes in a little too hot, a little too close to goal. Jocko now sending it right down main, straight to Lavish. Open goal. It's going to be a score for DePaul. Lavish and Jocko again. I mean, y'all got to be sick of it at this point, but I cannot say it enough. These kids are on fire.
They are absolutely on fire, Steph. These guys are absolutely in sync. I just know they are hyped in their comms right now, but that's exactly what you don't want to see for Fairfield right now. That first attack by DePaul, oh, that could be the end of this for Fairfield.
Honestly, and a unique thing about this game that I've kind of noticed as we've been going along here is this game is, I mean, it's offense versus offense. There's hardly a defense coming out from these players. There's no Z-ball here. You know, there's no goalkeeper here. It's just which one of these players can play their offense a little bit better. And right now, that just happens to be DePaul.
Yeah, exactly. They're definitely on the offensive attack. They're clicking a lot better, and they're having people where they need to be able to get those goals in. And so that 100% is what we're seeing from DePaul.
Absolutely. I mean, we're almost into halftime already, and DePaul, they could win this by a single point, which would be pretty crazy considering last game there were 7 goals. So if DePaul's able to come through and win this with a single point, I mean, that would hurt to be Fairfield.
Yeah, what an effort by Jocko to get in front of that. Oh, that is scary.
Jocko almost scored on himself there. That was a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, that would have been such that would have been just deflated a bunch of the air that they have right now, because just putting it, especially when you're in it to win it on this one and you put that in to tie it up, it just definitely deflates all that you have.
Absolutely. Matter trying to score, though. Lavish, simple bounce. That's all it takes. And Elysium now with the demo onto Black Wraith. Jocko now trying to find the ball from Soccer Scout, sending it down main. But no, Black Wraith in the air. Bounces it right to Elysium. Elysium, I don't know how to say that. But now these players just moving in. Jocko now with the back here, trying to get into the goal, trying to protect it for as long as possible. But Lavish playing that rock-solid defense still, even finding a demo onto Soccer Scout in the process.
Yeah, exactly. I've been noticing some really good communication between the DePaul, where people have been called off to better an opportunity, and it's really cool to see that, where you don't see the people jumping on top of each other.
Nice.
Just like that. It really is beautiful to watch, because, like I was saying, you can see that separation. You're saying, okay, I could touch this, but you'll have a better touch, so you go. And you're able to jump in there, and it still creates that pressure that Fairfield just cannot escape. They now have 1.5 minutes to score 2 goals.
That's a tall glass to fill. Especially if you consider 3.5 minutes, they haven't scored 1. Yep. So 1.5 minutes to score 2. I mean, that's a difficult thing to ask Fairfield to do right here, but this truly is. And I said this earlier with Maris, this is their now or never moment. Either they win this game or they walk away a loss to a 3-3 team, and it's a 3-0. I mean, Fairfield, they're rusty today.
Yeah, they really are, and that would be such oh, wow. What a touch by Jocko. A little off to the left, but that would have been a beautiful goal. But it seriously would have been, it's just hard, especially, like, losing is difficult already. But when you lose and have nothing to show for it, it definitely, like, puts a dent in your morale.
I mean, on the bright side, they made it to quarterfinals. You know, not that Fairfield had a first game, but, you know, they still made it to quarterfinals. Wow, I thought that was going in. Jocko with the hyper-aggression right now. Yeah. And that's exactly what DePaul needs to be doing. You're up 2-0 already. Make it a bigger number. Like, get in there. 30 seconds left. Yeah, it's 30 seconds left. You've all but guaranteed a victory already. Lavish, phenomenal defense once again. Absolutely flawless player so far. Ooh. But there it is. Soccer Scout on the back. Able to find that. Soccer Scout, you can catch it. Watch this replay. Goes in not once behind Matter here. blocks the ball, also the one to score off of it. Phenomenal job. Soccer Scout basically passing to themselves there. Now, the potential to tie it up all of a sudden comes to life.
Like I said, it's going to be a tall order. They were able to get one, but it took them about a minute to get there. So now they have to decrease that by half to get one in to take this to overtime for any chance of staying alive in this tournament.
Absolutely, and now Lavish, I'm going to be demoed here by Matter. That actually eliminated a goal. 7 seconds left. If this ball touches the ground, Fairfield's out. That's going to be it. DePaul's going to take a 3-0 victory. Ball's live. Now, it's going to be, if Fairfield can tie it up, it's going to matter. But DePaul, they're going to choose to keep the ball alive, which is a shocking choice here.
There it is.
There it is. That's game.
My goodness.
That's not game. That's game, set, match. That's a 3-0 for a 3-3 team eliminating top seed.
Wow. Look at that. 6 saves by Lavish.
Lavish, a beast. Absolute madhouse.
Oh my God. Absolutely keeping his team alive. Absolutely holding them together. What a unit. What a unit.
And those of you that joined us during that game, I hope you can see where the hype from Poppy and I has come from. DePaul, our interview with Jaco today, we knew that this team was going to come in swinging. And that is exactly what they did. They just 3-0'd a top seed. That's simple as that. And now we're going to talk to Jaco again. And we get to hype this man through the roof because he has led this team to greatness.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I am blown away by this. Come on, let's get Jaco in here.
Let's get Jaco in here.
I want to talk to him.
Hello?
Hello, it's
Jaco.
Feel, man?
Jaco, the 3-0 on a top seed.
Like I said, the scoreline doesn't matter. 6-1, we're 3-3. Apparently it was corrected. We're 6-3 in the season. I'm not sure where that was from, but like I said, we're coming into it ready. We're here to win.
You guys have put on an absolute masterclass of Rocket League today. You have just done a phenomenal job. And moving forward, I mean, I don't know how much of the tournament you guys have been able to watch, because I'm sure you've been practicing, but Marquette in the same bracket just eliminated Marist, the other top seed. And if you win your upcoming match, you will face them in grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, Marquette, in the regular season we played them and we actually 3-0'd them, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But
to be fair, both DePaul and Marquette, you guys are bringing teams that we have not seen all season. You guys have been, both of you, Marquette and DePaul respectively, have been on fire all day.
It's a playoff buff.
Absolutely.
There are players that just, we're here to win what's important.
Yeah, so we, just from our interview earlier, Jaco, we know, dude, you are killing it as a leader for this squad.
Of course.
I want to ask, dude, hype up your boy Lavish, bro. That
6
dude,
saves.
Dude,
last game I look at the scoreboard, I see he has 6 saves, and I'm like, oh god. I see myself at the bottom. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna let him do his thing. I'm gonna just sit back. You go off, bro.
And it wasn't even that last game. He showed himself I am a unit, dude. Try getting that ball past me. But watch him in the first 2 games as well. Man, he was doing everything. He was saving, he was shooting, he was passing. And I'm like, I had to make, because what we've seen Marquette play, Marquette is very similar where they're passing. They're very teammate-minded. You guys are the same way. And so if I see you two meet in the finals, man, it's going to be quite a slobber knocker, if I do say, because you guys are so similar in the way of play styles. It's incredible, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think having a player like Lavish really helps. I mean, as a joke, he's always on Rocket League, but he actually just never turns his computer off, and he racks up 300 hours every 2 weeks, and I'm like, huh?
Oh
he
my
actually
God.
you can never tell. He's on at all times of the day, and he's just playing Rocket League, man.
That is nuts.
It's so good to have a player like that on your team. He's just so motivated, and
Of course.
he shows up when we need him.
Yeah, and when you guys, if you guys keep coming out with wins like that, absolutely 3-0ing a top seed, that's incredible, man. Keep boosting their ego, dude, because, Lavish was killing it, but, dude, Blackwraith was a beautiful support player in that game, dude.
Absolutely.
He got a couple goals in there, but he was all over the place, too.
No, that's one of the biggest things. This lineup of me, Blackwraith, and Lavish, we've only really started playing, a week ago, and, because obviously Lavish and I have been playing for a while over the summer, but Blackwraith is a new member, and he's been playing with Shaw Cookie and Lavish because that's the team that we were looking for. But
Right.
But just we played one tournament, Lavish, Blackwraith, and I, and is just having him as a third is just, you feel so safe. You never like have to worry. You can do what you want up at the top, and you can always rely on him to like do what you need him to do.
Of course.
You can't ask for more in a player.
Of course. And we asked you a lot of questions earlier, but before you go, I just want to commend your very obvious leadership and the ability you've made to take this team and lead it to greatness. And I know you mentioned that there's coaches and other people helping along the way, but you very clearly have created an atmosphere and an energy for this team to really, really thrive. And I want to commend you for that, because that, to me, is what esports is all about. So for you to be such a great example of a leader is just very heartwarming.
I agree.
Thank you so much. That means a lot,
Of course,
guys. It's just, it's all for the love of the game. Love for esports. It's just,
Absolutely.
I just want to see it do well, man.
Of course. Yeah, and before you go, one final question, same question I asked last time. Just in case there's new people watching at home, you can do all your plugs all over again, all your thank yous, all your shout outs.
Thank yous, still the Rumble, Karma Juni, those are the boys. But, I'd like to add Black Wraith and Lavish. Being here with them at this tournament feels really good. It's a really good environment. And I want to see us win that Big East championship. But
awesome.
And also, I'm live right now, twitch.tv/RLDaco. Come drop a follow. Thank you.
Absolutely, man. It was a pleasure to meet you, of course. Thank you so much for joining us. And please, you guys got it. You got to win this now. You guys are the underdog story to watch. So please keep up the good work. We will not be casting it, but I think both of us will be watching. We are rooting for you guys.
Thank you so much.
Of
we'll
course,
do our best.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And with that, everybody, Poppy and I do get to call it a day. Like I just mentioned a moment ago, we are not going to be casting the rest of the tournament. Semifinals and grand finals are going to be left up to Cool J, and I don't actually know who his co-caster is, so you guys will find out in just a couple of minutes. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I'm still new to the Rocket League scene, so it's always great to see such warm, welcoming people. And thank you, Build, for being our eye in the sky, our silent producer, for putting on a great show. And Poppy, of course, thank you so much for working with me today, man. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It has. Absolutely enjoyed every second of it. We have seen some phenomenal Rocket League.
Truly.
And guys, we won't be here casting with you, but man, please, we are going to be watching off stream. Please continue to support not only the EGF's community, but just the Rocket League. These kids are just absolutely killing it. So let's just keep watching and keep getting hyped, because man, it's a beautiful day for Rocket League.
Absolutely. And just to close us out, you can find us on Twitter at the names directly below us if you want to keep up with our casting scene and our esports careers as a whole. We'd, of course, appreciate and love the support, but by no means feel obligated. As long as you are supporting esports in one way or another, that is all we can ask. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching. And for the time being, this will be Septilence and Poppy signing off. Have a great day.
different here. We don't just get up for another day. We rise. We don't just work. We endeavor. We're women and men for and with others. We have hope, we believe, and we celebrate. Why are we different?
So we can be the difference.
This is the Seton Hall story, one that comes to life every day on our campus. This is the place where great minds discover, innovate, collaborate, and find their true calling. This is the place where passion has a purpose, where learning inspires leading. The bonds we make, the values we teach, inspire our community to take heart and take action. This is Seton Hall University. This is what great minds can do.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MAAC Big East Challenge. Or for those of you who've been with us all afternoon, welcome back. Of course, it is a matchup between two of the storied conferences in Rocket League. My name is Cool J, and I'm here along with my co-caster Vaudible, and we're excited to be here as part of the EGF production team bringing you this great event. It's going to be, if you're just joining us, of course, it's going to be a single elimination best of 5 tournament, and we are actually here with the semifinals and finals, so we are almost done, and these should be some of the best games of the day. Are you excited for these ones, Vaudible?
I am super excited. I mean, I got to watch some of the VODs. I didn't have a chance to follow along with the action live leading up to this point, but Marquette, they took down 2 teams that were way higher seeded than they were, number 8 going into this one, and then Seton Hall just had a quick 3-0 to get to this point. So they're just warming up themselves. Marquette, I feel like they're already on fire.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be great for Marquette to know that they have that momentum going into this because they have a tough challenge in the EGFC regular season, which of course has no bearing on the results today, but still is good to look back on in the history. Marquette was a pretty good team. They were, I think, 3-3, 4-3, middle of the pack, but Seton Hall was one of the best. They were 5-1 at the top of the EGF, and they were a very difficult team on any day, and they're already getting off to a kickstart.
Oh man, what a way to get into this one as well. We already, before you were even able to see too much of the action going on, we saw a shot go off for Seton Hall trying to put that one on through, but not enough just yet for them to get that first goal going. We see Marquette trying to bring it back to their own side and see what they can do with this one, but they got to be careful leaving so many openings on defense.
All right, yeah, so 30 seconds in. So far, not too much, but there has been quite a bit of action, even though no scores on the board. Tone and Green in the back. I like Mistletoe. He's feeling the holidays. Usually he just goes by Tone, though, for those of you who are just joining. JFG for Marquette, bringing it into the corner, and Marquette, they are aggressive here, but Opa, a nice touch, still is unable to win it in the midfield, and we see Seton Hall bringing it all the way back into the corner, setting it up over the middle, but no one there to follow up on it. Oh, Tone!
Yeah. So close there from Tone trying to put one in through, but it was just a straight shot to the defender. It's not going to be enough to really break past the defensive line, just enough to put that on through. But solid effort around the board for Seton Hall so far. I mean, we've seen 4 shots in total, not a single one from Marquette, and that's what you kind of expect to see when a 4 seed goes up against a number 8 seed. It seems the hot streak that we've been seeing from Marquette might just be fizzling out.
Well, we'll have to see. Like I said, if they can keep that momentum going, it's pretty much the perfect opportunity for them. Opa with a great save there. Marquette, I gotta say, Seton Hall usually are a very overwhelming team offensively, but Marquette's been dealing with the pressure well so far. A great save there from Son of Car. A great setup. Look, this is what I'm talking about, though, the relentless pressure. Time after time, try after try, but Marquette, they're rolling with the punches.
And I was listening to the previous casters that were on, great work that they were putting in on the stream before, talk about both these teams going into this series, very good at the setup. So we're going to see a lot more of that going into the latter half of this game as we approach the halfway point.
Yeah, and that's really what I like to see as well. I mean, obviously everybody loves the cross-map air dribbles, but seeing these guys really put it together, all 3 players working as a unit, that is so much fun to watch. It's poetry in motion. And Opa's trying to make something happen. Vibe is there with a great touch. Oh, JFG hits it goalwards, but Son of Car, he knocks it in. Marquette, they may be the underdogs, but they strike first.
What a way to do it, too. We saw 2 defenders commit on that ball. Looked like it was going to go in from JFG, but just not enough to pass right past the goal line. So instead, we see the follow-up there by Son of Car, puts it on through. First goal as we just got past halftime.
All right, and of course it is a best of 5, but starting out strong in game 1 is definitely the way to go in these series. Son of Car trying to get a flip reset off the ceiling, and what a setup! Waterfalls it down to JFG.
Wow, I mean, really popping off today is JFG. We saw him score so many goals in the first series today, and now he's looking to pick up where he left off in the semifinals, and already just putting one straight past Tone with the holiday and festive name tag that he has there, and it's just not doing enough for him to get in the spirit of winning these games.
Well, there's still a lot of Rocket League left, but a 2-0 lead certainly has them feeling a lot safer as we just passed the 2-minute mark. Vibe was trying to set something up. Tone plays it off the back wall. Opa can't quite get the touch, but Son of Car there with a great save. Tone is able to win it in the midfield, try and keep them on the aggression. Seton Hall here, they're usually not ones to stay out of the goal for very long, but Marquette has just been playing incredibly well.
We've been just seeing so many defensive plays working out in the favor of Marquette. I mean, that one almost went in from Son of Car in the upper 90, not going to be enough, so they got to be careful on the transition here from Seton Hall. And we've seen a few attempts by Seton Hall so far. I mean, you think eventually one would go in with the 7 shots they've been putting on net, 5 from Tone himself. Maybe the other players just need to get a bit more involved on offense to try and get that first goal. And you see it go through. Speaking of the devil in there, Pierre Viperino able to put that one through.
Yeah, and just as you were saying, we need to get some more members involved. Vibe comes flying in. He's already got my vote with the Kirby profile picture there. Puts it in, but still, Marquette up 1 with just over a minute to go. I know that Seton Hall is an amazing team offensively. Green with a shot from long range. JFD deals with that one, but now the demo, it's a 3v2. Tone puts it on net, but just off target. That was the equalizer, and he knows it. Let's see if he can make up for his mistake.
Man, so close there. Tone trying a slow approach on that play. Green, he's just going to take his time as well, but JFG ripping that one away from the offensive attackers on the side of SHU. So they're going to see what they can do to get back control of this ball on offense. Good touch there, follow-up as well, but JFG, he's just being a bit too strong defensively, and that transition for the clear is just amazing from him.
All right, and there's the big message. Everybody sees it. 30 seconds remaining. The adrenaline is pumping. Tone brings it all the way down. JFG in perfect position, though. The rotations. Marquette, they are not letting anything through, but Seton Hall may have overextended. Oh JFG can't make it happen. Oh, no, that could have been disastrous.
So close there for the final nail in the coffin, but they might not need it. We do see Vibe taking his time down the field, gets past JFG, but it does go to the side wall. Works out well for Son of Car. Upa, he's going to try and see what he can do just to have it touch the ground. Does just that. Marquette take game 1, but a lot closer than we could have thought this would have been. I mean, so many shots going in the favor of Seton Hall, and it just was one that went through out of all of those.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm really impressed from what I saw from Marquette there. They were definitely going in there, in my opinion, going in absolutely the underdogs. They have played well today, but still Seton Hall over the course of this season has played so incredibly well and so consistently. For me, the big key was Marquette was playing fast and they weren't letting Seton Hall get anything done. Even when Seton Hall was playing against, obviously weaker opponents where they were just, kind of win without really trying, they always seemed to get a bit tripped up when teams played fast, played for every 50-50 ball. And you mentioned a couple times Seton Hall tried to slow down the pace, and Marquette just wouldn't let them. They had their pedal to the metal all game long.
Oh, man. That's just the first game of this best of 5, so we'll have to see if it continues this way. We get another 3-0 sweep in the favor of Marquette, or if Seton Hall are going to be able to bring things back to them, tie up the series as we'd like to see. I mean, Seton Hall, they definitely have the potential. They just got to get it past those defenders. So many shots from them, time after time after time. Eventually, they'll have to start going in. But JFG, I feel like he was the man who saved the day for their team going into this one. I mean, so many saves compared to the other players there, and he was just the backbone of that team as they went down on transition.
Most definitely. And actually, it's interesting because from what I remember, Son of Carr was one of the best players on that Marquette roster. So for JFG to show up today and show up big, as you mentioned, honestly, big props to him. The question is, can they keep it going? Can Seton Hall figure out? I mean, what's going on with Seton Hall? Usually all three of those guys are just on it, but they could not get anything going.
I think they just haven't faced tough enough competition in this tournament specifically just yet. I mean, they 3-0'd the first team, and they only had to play one series. Marquette, they already have experience of 2 different series back-to-back going into these semifinals. So, they've been more warmed up today. They've been able to play more matches and kind of see what the field is like during this tournament for bragging rights itself, and I feel like they're going to continue with that experience forward. But getting into this one, we got to see what Seton Hall can do to bring themselves back to tie up the series 1-1.
Okay, Son of Carr, they're already threatening. Green gets a nice touch, going to try and clear that one away, and he is able to, playing it into the Marquette corner. Upa on the ball. Oh, the angle, not quite there. Son of Carr with the demo, and now they're coming up with a 3v2 here for Marquette, but Tone deals with that ball. They are not sweating on that attack at all. Upa plays it over the middle. No! Not a good touch from the defender. Vibe almost destroyed his team right there, but they were able to make it out.
Oh, man, was that like a 200 IQ play? I don't know. I mean, that's what you got to say at that point, because they were able to get that away from one of the attackers on Marquette, who seemed like he had a solid shot once that was dropping down. So kind of worked in their favor. This was a little bit too close for comfort, so don't want to do that again, that's for sure. But, they're used one of their mulligans, and they have no more remaining after that, so another mistake will lead to a goal for Marquette.
Well, I mean, you could say it's a mulligan, but maybe they have 9 lives. We'll have to see.
Who knows?
Who really knows? Upa plays that one goalwards. Tone with one nice touch, but can't get a second one. Vibe able to stop that goal. And just look at the aggression. Son of Carr, JFG, Upa, all 3 of them in the midfield. Every ball is contested. It's so rare that a cleared ball makes it past that midfield mark. And it's just so difficult right now for Seton Hall to get out of their own half, which is so odd for me to say because usually it's the other way around.
It's crazy, especially looking at the score lines going into this tournament itself just for the matches. I mean, it was 5-1 for Seton Hall and 3-3 for Marquette. But so far, they are 2-0 on the day for their series, and almost saw a goal go in there from Upa. They are just unrelenting on offense. We saw so many shots from Seton Hall in the previous game, and they eventually got one. They've only had 1 shot for Vibe so far, and we have seen 7 for Marquette.
Yeah, and we might see another one here. Opa bringing it down. Vibe and Green both back. A great touch from Green there to stop that attack. That one could have been dangerous. JFG is keeping this ball in their corner. Tone trying his best to knock it away. Son of Carr can't get the touch. Vibe hits it goalwards, and JFG can't get there.
Oh, no.
Look at the teamwork.
Oh, man, that was a great transition there. Tone taking his time off the ceiling touch. Viberino knowing that he could just simply send that one into the corner and it would just bait out JFG, trying desperately to get back in time to save it, but the first goal does go the way of Seton Hall, and this might be their comeback train, at least for the first game, going the other way, starting up in their station.
Yes,
oh,
there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the floodgates have opened. This is the Seton Hall that I'm used to seeing. In seconds, Green extends the lead to 2.
Wow, I mean, who would have expected the way we saw the first game in the series go for 2 back-to-back goals to go in the favor of Seton Hall? I mean, we know them as a strong team going into this, so they just shook off the early nerves of that first game, got into game 2 with fresh faces, and they're just ready to come back, but almost able to squeeze it by. The defense just barely managing to hold on. Now they got to be careful of the counterattack.
Yeah, Vibe there with that last save at the end. I thought for sure that one was going in, but somehow Seton Hall made it happen. Now under 2 minutes to go, and the tables have flipped. It is all on Marquette. All the pressure's on them to try and make something happen here, and Seton Hall has all of the momentum. Oh no, Tone. Okay, GFG comes through, saves his team, but still, they need to get on the board. Is that one gonna go in?
Oh man, I mean, there's been so many opportunities where those should have gone in. It's like both these teams switch roles in between games. We saw so many shots from Seton Hall and none of them went in except one. And now we see all these shots from Marquette, not a single one going in. The defense somehow managing to keep up with the pace of play this time for Seton Hall. I mean, 3 saves almost a piece for each player. That's unheard of in these tournaments unless you see as many shots as we have out of Marquette.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you see those save numbers, you're also seeing, 20 shots on goal, 10 scores, and then another 10 that you save. Oh my goodness, the double demo from Tone! Son of Carlo! Did Seton Hall overextend? He tried to double dip, but Tone is right there. He's not letting anything through. Opa with an angle, but Vibe is right there. Seton Hall on defense. They are not letting anything through. They're an unbreakable wall right now.
Man, and if you are Marquette, like, what is your last-ditch effort going to look like to try and get at least a goal through in these last 30 seconds? I mean, they need one and then, like, a quick kickoff like we saw from Seton Hall, but so far the way the pace of play is going, it's all in Seton Hall's favor. Unless they put one in right now, it's not going to be any goals scored in this game for Marquette.
Yeah, with every second that takes down, it makes the Marquette victory more and more unlikely. And that with that touch with Tone, that may have just done it. A demo as well for good measure. Yeah, I think it's just about impossible now as we hit to 1. A great answer from Seton Hall. A 2-0 victory in Game 2.
That is just insane to see. I mean, we saw so many shots from Marquette, and you would think at least one of those would have gone in. I mean, especially that first opportunity where it was almost an own goal. But as soon as that own goal happened, it was just a wake-up call, it seems like, for Seton Hall to get back into the game we're used to seeing them play and then just take it from 0 to 100 as quickly as they can. I mean, there's 2 goals back-to-back, won them the day, but really the defense keeping out and shutting down Marquette was what won them that game.
All right, so we're 2 games down, 1 game apiece, and we're essentially in a best-of-3 series now, and it gets a little bit crazier here. Going into Game 3, what are your keys to the game, Vaudable?
Oh, man. I mean, if you're Seton Hall, just keep up what you did in that game right there. I mean, the defense was on point. The offense, they just waited for an opening after an overextension from Marquette, so they were able to take things from there and get those 2 quick goals. I mean, Marquette, you got to be careful. Even if you're putting all these shots on, maybe it's better to pass back and forth until you have a better opening, because we always see 2 defenders on Seton Hall in position to get these saves. So maybe the rebounds are where we need to look for those goals for Marquette.
All right, well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. The plan of attack has been laid out for you, and we are getting into Game 3, and Vibe already pushing. Tone puts it over the middle of Seton Hall. They want to keep their momentum going. GFG, that was a great touch off the backboard to try and knock that ball away, but the danger has not been fully cleared, and they're still going for this Seton Hall attack.
Man, and stealing those corner boosts as well. A double commit off the wall. Seems like Marquette's kind of falling apart at the seams defensively. So really what they need is a big booming clear out of their own end so that they can try and set something up afterwards. But so far, completely being boxed in at their goal line. We see the shot from Tone. Barely a save from Son of Carbo. That's what they need to try and transition out.
Well, he was indeed born from the car, so it's unsurprising that he was able to make that play. But still, Marquette, they have been able to clear it now out of the goal box. Finally, they're able to get into Seton Hall's half. JFG in front of the goal here, but Green with a great touch off the backboard. The defensive plays off the backboard are some that I always love to see because there's so much. I feel like it's so difficult to get the timing right on the backboard there, but these are some great players, a lot better than I am, that's for sure. Thankfully, you're not watching me play Rocket League, you're just watching me talk about it.
That's why we're here in the booth talking about it and not the ones actually on the field right now. I mean, it's crazy to see all the pressure we've been seeing from Seton Hall so far, and Marquette, it's a lot slower of a pace game than we saw in the previous one, so it works in their favor to try and get things back under the control, try and pick up some boosts because they've been starved out for the first at least minute of play, and they need to intercept those unless they want it to just simply go into the back of their net.
Yeah, that was a real opportunity there. I think it was Vibe setting it up for Green, and Green was just a little bit too slow, but if he was there, that was almost certainly a goal. I don't think there was a Marquette defender in position to stop it. So Seton Hall, you know, maybe we'd like to see them clean up those attacks and get into the position, but the fact that they have those opportunities set up is certainly bodes well for the rest of this game. Oh, and there's the demo!
Man, that's exactly what we needed to see from Seton Hall. I mean, they're used to seeing one of the Marquette players just waiting back to see what they could do, but Son of Car literally driving into his doom on the goal line there. Not enough time for him to avoid disaster striking them, and first goal going in the favor of Seton Hall.
Yeah, and there's the teamwork that we really expect to see. All right, so about halfway through this game 3. Oh, Vibe! That one was not quite on target, but he was flying through looking for a flashy aerial there. Couldn't quite make it happen. JFG now trying to dribble this one, trying to trick out the defender, but it doesn't quite work that time. Green and Opa. Okay, Sunakar bringing it up. Vibe is in the back. Tone misses the touch. Green is not able to get there for that 50-50 ball, but somehow Seton Hall is able to get that ball away, get it back the other way for a quick counterattack. No goal this time, but it's really interesting because there's kind of a lull for a second or two, and then all of a sudden everything happens at once.
Yeah, and that's what we kind of saw happen a little bit in that first game. I mean, only one goal so far might be enough to just win this one straight out for Seton Hall, but still seeing some solid offensive efforts by Marquette. But a lot of them are disjointed, just solo players going up the field, trying their best to see what they can make out of it. Oh my goodness, JFG somehow able to get in the way of that one, preventing the 2-goal lead from being achieved. But how long can they hold out?
Yeah, and as well, it's nice to see JFG going for the effort play, making it back, because actually he was the one who missed the touch at midfield that allowed that attack to begin. So glad to see that he was able to recover and get back in the play, but Tone! Honestly, just a redirect. I mean, it's not that flashy, but he makes it happen. I guess playing it off the backboard to himself, that's a bit of a style move, but Sunakar just can't quite get there.
Yeah, I don't think he expected that to happen too, because we saw, I think it was Upa going up on the wall, had the clear opportunity to get it away from that backboard for the setup, but just didn't execute on it. So really just seeing a few more mistakes out of Marquette than we did in that first game. That's what's been leading to their just ultimate demise in this series. I mean, we see so many opportunities for them to break out, get things going. It just seems we haven't seen the Marquette that we witnessed in that first game since that game happened.
Yeah, I mean, they came out so strong, and I was so excited, so ready to see it. And they played well in game 2, even though they couldn't quite get the win. But now here, this is not the Marquette that I was hoping to see.
I mean, 0 shots? Crazy.
Yeah. With 30 seconds left to go, really no offense at all has been generated. And it's more, I would say, towards the strength of Seton Hall than towards anything with Marquette. I think Seton Hall really cleaned up a lot of the mistakes they were making early on, and now they're getting into their game. There's that shot on goal for Marquette, but with 15 seconds to go, it may be too little too late.
Yeah, especially with the pressure we've been seeing out of Marquette. It's just been abysmal, not enough to break past these defenders, and we see multiple players of Seton Hall just doubling up on the defensive end, going for those clears. I mean, making it so it's not just one 50-50, you have to beat 2 players to the ball if you want to get it past them, and it's definitely been a solid showing from them so far. They're just having fun, trying to keep this up, see if they can have the goal scored. I mean, JFG does get that, but they kind of set him up for it on the play. So basically a 2-0 game at that, and now they're up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, we love to see the sportsmanship, have some fun at the end of these games. But at the end of the day, Seton Hall now up 2-1. After really kind of getting punched in the mouth in game 1 and then come out game 2, making a win happen, but really having to work for it. This one, you know, I said it before, it really just looked like Seton Hall was finally feeling comfortable and playing their game.
Oh yeah, I mean, completely shutting them down on offense. There was not a single good opportunity out of Marquette, so really they got to pull out all the stops if they want to pull off a victory here and move on to those finals for all the bragging rights and everything. I mean, Seton Hall, they had their first series, they 3-0'd. They had some close games there as well, but going into this one, it's just been crazy to see the adaptation out of Seton Hall after that first game loss.
Yeah, of course, and I want to thank you for reminding me. This is, of course, the semifinals for the MAAC Big East Challenge. If you're just joining us, we've had some pretty exciting stuff so far between Marquette and Seton Hall. It's currently a 2-1 lead in favor of Seton Hall here in a best-of-5 series, so they're at match point, looking to go to the finals, as you said, Vaudable.
Man, I feel like the only thing Marquette can do to get things under control at this point, get that first goal. I mean, because they did that in the first game. They were able to get a follow-up from JFG, and then they were just solid moving forward from there in that game. So if they can repeat that performance, which we really haven't seen after that last game, they would be looking pretty solid to try and come back into this. But, I mean, with the ball going like that and just leaving themselves wide open for that simple shot to go in, it's not looking pretty.
Yeah, Marquette looks for some early aggression off the kickoff, and they overextended. Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this is not the Marquette we saw in the previous series, and maybe they've just run out of fuel and their tanks are getting close to empty at this point. Playing so many series in this tournament, having to go up against the top teams in this challenge itself, and they just finally found the mountain they couldn't climb. It's just impassable for them. But, you know, there's still so much remaining of this game, plenty of time for them to get that goal. But, I mean, with the way we've been seeing Seton Hall dominate offensively, it's an uphill battle at best.
It is indeed. I mean, especially just because Seton Hall is able to play so suffocatingly. We saw it in game 1 where one goal really seemed like enough of a lead. They're able to play this possession game so well where they never even let the ball get near their goal. They don't really have to worry about, you know, making these mistakes on the rotations. Opa hits a big one, but it's just off target. If that one went in, he earned that goal. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Especially with, like, how much space there was left. Oh, man, that should have been a goal there from Senekar. He just lost control of the ball the last moment after he slowed down trying to bait out the defense. So, and again, these uncharacteristic misses we're seeing out of Marquette kind of showing why they earned themselves the 3-3 final scoring when it came to their actual brackets before this event itself. So they are hot and cold of a team. Sometimes they do really well, sometimes not the greatest. And we saw them do really well in the first 2 series today, but today in this series, it just hasn't been enough for them to go toe-to-toe with Seton.
Well, we'll see. A 1-score lead, even against Seton Hall, is really not that safe in the world of Rocket League. In the blink of an eye, it can all disappear as we're at 3 minutes left to go here in this Game 4. This is pivotal. Of course, Seton Hall is looking to go to the finals. They want to prove that they're the better team. They want to prove that Game 1 is a fluke. In Marquette, on the other side, they want to bring us to a Game 5. Oh, Green with a touch. 7-card can't get there.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Just another series of unfortunate events when it comes to the challenges we've been seeing out of Marquette. I mean, we talk about them a lot because they had a lot going into this series. They did quite well for themselves to make it to the semifinals, being the number 8 seed and upsetting the other competition. But the number 4 seed of Seton Hall, just a bit too much for them to overcome so far, and they've just been overextending themselves a little too much and not making the greatest challenges.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing is it seems like the rotations are not quite there, and then they're also losing a lot of the 50-50 balls. And it's so difficult to say, you know, okay, go play against Seton Hall and win those 50-50 balls because Seton Hall is so fast. But that's really what you got to do. You got to win the 50-50 balls, and they did that in Game 1. But they haven't been able to keep up that performance. Vibe goes for a midfield goal of his own.
Second time in a row we've seen Upa be beat to the ball, just not able to turn around and get into the air fast enough for these challenges. And you mentioned it, the speed we've been seeing out of Seton Hall is unparalleled, at least in this series. We saw in the first game that Marquette were able to set the pace of play themselves, and Seton Hall were playing a little bit slow, but that was just their warm-up game, it seems like, after the remaining games of this series. So far, like 3 uncontested games in a row, looking to move on to those finals against the victor of, I think it is DePaul and Xavier as well, Rocket League. So they have some tough competition awaiting them, but this was a good kind of setup, cementing themselves as one of the top teams in this bracket.
Yeah, most definitely. Wow, the demo in front of the goal. So, JFG able to get the save, but 3-0, a minute left to go. With the way Marquette's playing, it may not matter at this point. We'll see. JFG trying to bring it over to midfield. A great touch from Vibe to disrupt that attack. Tone plays it off the backboard. Green comes flying in, but he can't get the touch that he wants on it. And now Vibe, the only one back. Opa plays it off the wall. Green is there now, though, and really, even though Vibe didn't even do anything, didn't touch the ball, didn't even really knock Upa out of the way, just delaying that attack, allowing his teammates to rotate back is all that he needed to do.
Oh man, I mean, we've been seeing such great performances from Seton Hall all series and all day, at least from the first game that we saw them before this, but now we really got to see what Marquette can do, or else they're just going to be eliminated from this single bracket tournament itself. I mean, trying their best to get one through, and even that with these long shots just haven't been enough for them to finally get on the board after 2 games of being completely shut out. It's just been craziness. Actually, it might not even be 2 games. I think it is, yeah, it's 2 games that we saw them get completely shut out. It's just been crazy from the results we've been seeing from Seton Hall, just making sure there's no chance for their opponents to get on the board.
Yeah, really the no-doubter victories. You can't really question the results today. Marquette played a great series, especially games 1 and 2, but Seton Hall were here for all 4 games. Well,
oh man,
3 out of 4 games. They were here.
Yeah, they were here for the first game, it seemed like. A little bit of the second one, but they actually, to correct myself too, they haven't scored in 3 games. Seton Hall, after that first game, they just flipped the switch and just completely dominated the competition there to earn themselves a spot in the finals. I mean, what a way to do it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Seton Hall moving on to the finals. Marquette, it was a great run, but their run ends here. And up next, we're going to be having DePaul versus Xavier. That one should be exciting because Xavier was another one of the best teams in the EGFC this season. They were 6-1 during the regular season. DePaul, another middle-of-the-pack team who made a surprise run in the bracket today. They were 3-3. So I'm really excited to see how this one plays out as well.
It's going to be a great series regardless of who comes out on top. I mean, I think it's going to be a lot closer of a series than we saw because number 4 and number 8 seed and Marquette after that first game just were in shambles from the unparalleled play we saw out of Seton Hall. So, I mean, both these teams are going to have to be careful going into that final, whoever makes it there, because Seton Hall, they are hungry for those victories.
They are indeed. Okay, wow. So I want to let you guys know as well, I want to remind you, you can follow EGF on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram at official EGF to keep up to date on all of our action across many games in the esports space. And of course, with collegiate, we all love this collegiate community. I want to thank everybody for tuning into this semifinals match, but of course, we're not done just yet. I think we're going to go to a quick break while we get our next match ready. Of course, just to remind you, Seton Hall moving on to the finals. Up next, Xavier versus DePaul to see who gets the honor of facing Seton Hall for the championship here today.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
I'm from Chicago, Cleveland,
Phoenix, Milwaukee,
Hartford,
Colorado, Oklahoma, Thailand,
Norway, Cameroon.
And I chose
Xavier University
for business, chemical science,
occupational therapy,
philosophy, politics, and the public,
computer science.
Because it felt like home.
I knew I would be welcome.
Because they take care of veterans.
I felt connected to the campus, to the people,
the sports.
I came here to be a musketeer. And now, I am.
All for one.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the MAAC Big East Challenge. I'm still Cool J, and I'm still here with Vaudable. How's it going, buddy?
Doing pretty well. You know, we've had some great matches today of Rocket League, and we saw the first Dark Horse story kind of cut short in that previous series with Seton Hall and Marquette. So, you know, our final hopes for a Dark Horse to make it into the finals is DePaul going into this one, so it's going to be a great series regardless.
Yeah, we're definitely really excited about it. Xavier, of course, another one of the powerhouses during the EGFC regular season. And as you mentioned, DePaul, they were still a good team, but definitely more middle of the pack. So we'll have to see. DePaul is another one of those Dark Horse Cinderella stories. We always love to see those, especially in the collegiate esports scene. So we'll see if we can make it happen. It looks like the teams are ready to go, and they are on the pitch. So without any further ado, let's get into the match.
Oh man, another 5 minutes on the clock for a best-of-5 series, our last semifinal of the evening for the MAAC Big East Challenge. See which team makes it to those finals to join Seton Hall there, who are patiently waiting for 3 consecutive wins. But man, a great shot there from Lavish to start things off for DePaul.
Yeah, I mean, he threads the needle here. 1, 2, puts it right on through. And he makes it happen. I don't know how he did that, but that was pretty good. I like to see it.
Man, and I was so close to getting the save or just trying to hit it.
Oh, man. Well, okay, Black Wraith with the assist over to Jaco. I'm not sure if my friend Vaudable is okay over here, but that was just a nice redirect. It wasn't really even necessary. Kind of stole the goal from his teammate there, but, you know, it happens. It happens. So Onion gets the demo onto Jaco. Oh no, it's a bloodbath. Lavish with a demo of his own. Well, it may be a bloodbath, but DePaul is looking incredible right now.
Okay, I'm back after a weird audio crash, so hopefully nothing too hectic went on in the stream, but we have 2 goals already for DePaul. I mean, it's crazy to see all the aggression from them straight out the gate. It's reminiscent of what we saw to Marquette, but they have 3 goals now. Lavish with another one just dropping straight down. There's been nothing Xavier have been able to do to come back.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what is going on with these Cinderella teams today. Just coming out in game 1 and absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just been amazing to see this team come up, show up, and play their best Rocket League that they can. I mean, these challenges are the greatest thing to see how the competition stacks against other colleges. And oh my goodness, another one there from Jacko. Bar down and up and down a few times, and eventually it goes in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's some style points there. Getting the quadruple bounce into the goal. Oh man, what is happening? Lavish, Jaco, they are coming out and they are making plays all over the pitch.
I don't know, man. It's just really been Xavier University just taking their time a little bit too much to get warmed up in this game specifically. I mean, 4 goals before 2 minutes are even gone. That's just unheard of from what we've seen in some of these previous years. I mean, we saw Marquette in the first series of the day get a lot of goals. I think it was like 6 was the most they got in one of those games. But in the semifinals, you don't really expect this to happen. And this caliber of play from the number 7 seed against the number 3 going into this tournament.
Yes, indeed. You know, the seeding and as well, that's based on the regular season performance. Xavier was one of the most dominant rosters in the regular season at 6-1. I mean, really only losing 1 game. I don't think we had any undefeated teams this season, which is rare. Usually we have at least 1. But definitely some great competition, and Xavier was right in the thick of it. Onion with a demo. That's what, I think the 4th demo of this game. It's really turning into a bloodbath on the pitch now.
Really just got to see a lot more out of this Xavier University team, what they can do, break out of their side, go on the transition, just not allow DePaul to have full control of the pace of play. And As a good touch by Valor to try and knock it away, but the possession game we've been seeing out of DePaul has just been immaculate, to say the least.
Yeah, most definitely. Oh man, back and forth it goes right now. 2 minutes ago, a 4-goal lead for DePaul. Oh, and Blackrave!
Oh man.
The favorite sight of every Rocket League player. You see it right here. Look at him turn around. Ball, empty net. Oh my goodness. The game slows down. It's beautiful.
I am just flabbergasted at this scoreline with 2 minutes left. I mean, knowing these teams going into this one, like this tournament itself aside, you would expect the 5 goals to be from the number 3 seed of Xavier. But no, it is the number 7 seed, DePaul. They're able to just put so much on. I mean, trading goals was Lavis and Jaco, and then we saw Blackrave getting involved himself. So all 3 members just doing their best to get those shots on, and even though their shooting percentage hasn't been something to like write home about for Lavish, at least 5-2, but with Jaco 3-2, and we saw 5 shots from Blackrave, and we've only seen a single one from Brosif on the side of Xavier.
Yeah, Xavier fans truly in shambles right now. We'll take a live look at them later on, but in the meantime, DePaul comes out of nowhere here in this game 1, and I mean, I know there's still a minute left, and anything can happen in the world of Rocket League, but I don't see this one happening for Xavier. I think they need to come back in game 2, figure out what went wrong, and try and get it fixed.
Yeah, especially with less than a minute remaining, with 5 goals, there really isn't a way for them to come back unless they somehow got 1 quick goal now and then like 4 back-to-back kickoff goals. I mean, it is doable, but
oh no,
their net being left wide open yet again. The hat trick for Lavish, 44 seconds, 6-0. No way for them to come back in game 1.
6 shots for Lavish alone. 15 shots for the DePaul offense. That's an incredible amount. I mean, it really goes to show versus Xavier had only 2 shots on goal. I mean, they really have not been able to get out of their own half at all.
Craziness. I mean, who would have expected 6 goals in the first game for one team? I mean, could see 7 here if they aren't able to clear it away. It just looks like Xavier University, they are struggling to work together to get this out of their own half at the least. And then after that, they have no game plan when it comes to offense. They're just throwing their cars at the ball and seeing if anything sticks. And the bump there almost leading to a goal from Lavish on his lonesome. But even then, I mean, first solid effort there from Satisfied Onion, and it's not enough for a goal to go in. 0 seconds, 0 chances to come back in this after those first 4 goals. And it's just been a great performance from DePaul.
Honestly, I'm I'm kind of in shock.
Yeah, I think Xavier is as well. I mean, going into this, they're like, okay, you know, it's going to be a walk in the park. We have performed better. We're from the same conference, it's both from the Big East, and it's just they just haven't shown up. Maybe this is going to be a case of what we saw in the previous series with Marquette and their opponents, Seton. But you know, they have to get 3 games in a row without a single goal for DePaul, and with 6 goals in that first one, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, Xavier in every sense, but I really think the most important thing for them is in the midfield, on the 50-50 balls. DePaul won just about every single one of them, and that kind of led to everything else. It led to them having trouble getting out of their half. It led to them not being able to keep the ball, possess the ball, try and get shots off. They start pressing, they start overextending, they leave the goal open. It was just everything.
It's just so much. I mean, I feel like to improve upon what we saw, they just have to throw their brains out and get a fresh one to try and get back into this series after just the destruction we saw happen on their defensive end. 6 goals to 0. I mean, no matter which team you are, that's kind of not what you should be hoping for. I mean, really those back-to-back goals is what did them dirty. I mean, 4 goals when you're already down by that much, it's hard to come back, but there's so much time left for them to try to get at least one. And now we see Black Wraith starting things off after the first 30 seconds, and it's just crazy to see 7 unanswered goals.
The craziest thing to me is, 6-0 scoreline, you usually see Xavier on the other side of that. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
These good teams, they are always in these games. They're never down and out. They're never getting blown out. But something's going on with Xavier today where they just can't do anything. And I mean, as you mentioned, Black Wraith keeps the onslaught coming for DePaul with an early goal there.
I don't want to call it too early, but imagine if we see a complete shutout with the way things have been played for Xavier. I mean, another goal going in for Black Wraith. Perfect positioning and just the greatest angle he could have hoped for there. Satisfied Onion getting bullied by Lavish to set that one up into the upper 90 for Black Wraith. Just been textbook play out of DePaul, and we just haven't seen Xavier show up at all.
All right, well, 4 minutes to go. DePaul already up 2. Lavish puts it goalward. Valor able to stop it. Satisfied Onion with a nice clear. Onion bringing it back the other way. But unfortunately, Hamboni is not there to help him out with that one. Valor trying to get a touch on. He is able to win this 50-50 ball in the midfield, but Lavish quickly wins it back. I'm seeing a lot of kind of solo plays being attempted by the Xavier side, and it's just not working. They're getting shut down by DePaul.
Yeah, I think they've just been burned a little bit too much from the all-out aggressiveness we saw in that first game where they would just get counterattacked and transition down to their side, and it'd be like 2 wide-open opportunities I think we saw at the least for DePaul to get a goal through. So it's a lot closer than it was in that first game, but still down by 2 goals. Not a single one scored. So that makes it, I think, 8 unanswered so far that we have seen from DePaul onto Xavier University, and we need to see them show up at least with a single goal if they want to come back into this series. Otherwise, I mean, 2 people going up, 3rd man, nobody home. They just got to take their time and go down Main Street to put that one in, and a hat trick for Black Wraith.
Oh my goodness. DePaul, they are looking to go to the championship here today. They're looking to leave no doubt in anyone's minds who the better team is.
This is just crazy. I don't have words to explain what has been happening in this series. I mean, I've tried my best, but when it's this much of a dominant force we've been seeing out of DePaul, like, what can you do if you're Xavier University to even try, even attempt to get 1 goal? That's all they need to try and move forward a little bit, because they haven't scored at all in this series.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, this is the power of the practice room here. This is it. This is where the VOD reviews come to work. Clearly, DePaul has put in the work to try and improve after a, good but not great regular season from them. Absolutely incredible performance right now against Xavier.
Oh, man. And we even saw a solid opportunity there for Xavier to try and get something going, but they just feel no pressure whenever they are on their side, anywhere on the field, honestly. DePaul, they're just cool, calm, and collected, and they've been collecting those goals back-to-back and not leaving any openings. We do see a chance there for a big clear, so we'll see what happens for Xavier University.
All right, continuing now. 90 seconds to go. It's still within the realm of possibility, but Xavier, they had a perfect opportunity and they couldn't capitalize.
Soiled it. That's all I can hear in my name right now. Soiled it. I mean, we've seen that happen so many times. They finally have another clear, so we've been seeing DePaul giving them more space to work with, but even then, the misses on the connections, the uncharacteristic whiffs on the 50-50s, 2 players going up. There's just been some miscommunication, coordination that's not happening here for Xavier University, that there's just been a complete shutdown in their ability to score these goals. I mean, Black Wraith, he's just having fun twirling around in the air, and he's still able to knock it away from their side.
Oh my goodness. All right, Black Wraith. Okay, Valor. Hamboni goes in for the aerial, trying to bring it down the pitch here. Can Xavier get in for a score? Black Wraith just takes that ball back with ease. Lavish pops up in the air. They're kind of playing volleyball right now. I mean, They're just bouncing it back and forth. Valor tries to hit it goalwards. Jaco stops him. DePaul's making it look easy.
Man, they need a goal at least here to get their motivations back or something. Less than 10 seconds. DePaul completely shut down 2 games in a row. Are we going to see a perfect sweep? I mean, 4 goals now. That's 10 goals unanswered for DePaul against Xavier University. It's just unheard of. Man, I don't know what to say at this point. Like, this is just insane. I mean, we only have Big East teams remaining, so maybe Xavier just aren't trying as hard because the Big East have proven themselves to be the better conference at this point, because all of the teams that were in the MAAC division have been eliminated from the tournament thus far. So it's only Big East team remaining. So, you know, maybe they're just giving DePaul a good chance and going to go for that reverse sweep. But, I mean, they are putting a solid effort. We did see a few shots from Xavier University, but even then, it just hasn't been solid Rocket League from them.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could possibly say is it does seem like Amboni is suffering from higher than usual ping, but it's still not that crazy. I mean, I can't imagine that it would have this much of an impact, but
yeah.
Man, Black Wraith comes out with the hat trick.
I mean, Jaco had all those goals in the first one, so really, they're just showing that no matter who it is that's on offense, they will score and they will win that game. I mean, really, we got to see Xavier get that first goal, like off the kickoff. If they could do that, they'll be looking like 100% better than they were in those first 2 games.
I mean, really, for me, the big thing is you never see these good teams just completely out of the game. Even when they're playing each other, it's always competitive. You never see them getting blown out. I really gotta wonder what's going on with Xavier behind the scenes here as we head over to Game 3.
Well, potentially the final 5 minutes of torture for Xavier University in this series. We do see a solid effort there. There was an open net, but Lavish not going to make it too easy for Xavier University to put that one on through. I mean, winning 2 50-50s back-to-back, they've just been the 50-50 gods in this series. I think we've seen like 2 or 3 in that last game won by Xavier, but just not enough for them to get things going. We do see a solid shot again, but even then, Lavish in position.
All right, continuing on now. Ball kind of bouncing up now. I mean, the thing is, no goals yet. That's always a good sign. Right as I say that, Jaco and Black Wraith.
Oh, man. I mean, what more is there to say?
Oh, look at Lavish.
Yeah, that was beautiful work by Lavish. There would have been a chance for one defender at least to get in position to save it, but even then, he didn't have a chance, couldn't see the attacker coming towards him, knocked him aside, opened up that lane into the net. So great way for Black Wraith to get that goal after Lavish with the block there. And he's just taking his time downfield. Nobody's challenging these players. Maybe if they get some interceptions and shut them down before they get to their side, they'll be looking a lot better. There's a solid setup, just a bit off the mark.
Oh,
so
a great
they
touch
have
from
improved
Jaco.
a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely looking better on the Xavier side, but DePaul looking so clean. The offensive setups are incredible. The timings on the touches on the defensive side. Another great touch from Jaco there. Look at that. Oh. Look at that. All the way down the pitch. Lavish. No. Buddy.
So close.
That was a goal from Lavish right there.
It should have been. I mean, he had an open opportunity, just was a little bit off the mark by a few pixels. So he's going to have some time to go for another pass, but does go back to their side, doesn't have too much boost to work with, so a dangerous position to be in no matter what team you are facing off against. But again, one challenge, nobody there to really shut down the breakaway plays we've been seeing from this DePaul team, but finally Valor getting in the way of a simple shot that usually goes in as far as this series is concerned.
Well, I'm a member of Team Valor in Pokemon Go, so I'll give him that. Oh my goodness. Does everybody remember that game? I feel like people just kind of erased that from their memories.
it fizzled out a little bit. And I mean, especially with COVID, it kind of goes down the drain with everything happening. But, you know, we're here to see if we can have one goal from Xavier. We see another one from Jaco, but we need one from Xavier, unless they want to get perfect swept.
One goal, please. Oh, Xavier.
12
Not like
unanswered.
this. Pepe hands.
12 unanswered from DePaul Esports. I mean, it's just unheard of in this tournament. I haven't been around recently with the EGF, but it's just been crazy to see the outclassing in this series specifically compared to all the other games we saw today. I mean, even with some of the sweeps we saw before in the earlier stages of the bracket, they still had chances for the other team to score at least 2 or 3 goals. But I mean, we haven't seen a single one from Xavier University. It's crazy.
Not even a single goal. Oh my goodness. How are they going to score? Is DePaul gonna
That's the question at this point. Oh, almost there.
Valor not going to be able to make anything happen there. Because that's the other thing, is their rotations on the defensive side from DePaul are just absolutely incredible. And this is what I said. I think I said this off air before the game. DePaul, even though they had a bit of a middling season at 3-3, I do think they're one of the better squads. I think they had a bit of an off year in the regular season. And I was really expecting them. They had real upset potential, but I did not in a million years expect anything like this. Just utter domination from this DePaul squad looking to get into the finals.
Beautiful. Man, Valor really, I think, carrying the team on his back. There we go. We have a chance. Not going to be enough, though. Barely off the mark. We've seen a few of those go by the wayside so far, and they definitely want those back. But they are looking a lot better than they have in the first 2 games of this series. And 2 goals in 46 seconds, it is doable. But we haven't seen a single goal in like over 10 minutes of play. And there's another one for Lavish.
Yeah, nearly 15 minutes. Nearly 15 minutes of unanswered goals. 13, almost a goal per minute for DePaul. 13 goals in 14 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Can they do it? Can they get 2 more goals for a goal per minute in this series? They look like they are going to. Another one, 34 seconds. They might even overpass it at this point. I mean, what is happening?
This is
Moment
a
of
statement.
silence.
This is a statement from DePaul. They're putting everyone on notice. No one is safe. DePaul is coming for you. Oh my goodness.
Oh, there we go. Oh man, that could have been.
And Jaco again. He's had so many great touches on defensive side.
There we go. We did it. We did it.
We did it, Reddit. We did it.
Hamboni finally able to put one in. I mean, Onion forcing his way through, but it's a little bit too late to get a goal on the board. At least they aren't getting perfect swept in this series, but need 3 more where that came from in less than 20 seconds now, and it's on their side of the field. Nobody really having control, and a miss by Satisfied Onion is going to put the final nail in the coffin there. Less than 10 seconds are at what we're at now. I mean, what a almost perfect sweep there from DePaul. I mean, basically was. 1 goal was all we saw out of their opponents. And there we go. A goal per minute out of DePaul for this 3-0 sweep.
That scoring pace is absolutely unmatchable. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That's all I got to say about that series. Wow, wow, wow. Just quick chats all around. That's the only words you can use there. And what a game as well. I mean, 15 goals to 1 that we saw out of Xavier University. And they're getting sent home and probably having a talking to from their coach about what happened in that series. I mean, hopefully we get to hear from one of the players too about like why things went so well for them. But even if we don't, seeing them in the finals, I'm scared for Seton, as they have a very strong team to face off against in those finals.
Yeah, and especially with how they looked a bit shaky starting out against Marquette. If DePaul can keep this up, I don't know. I'm looking at DePaul to win this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, after that kind of a performance, that just doesn't happen. And if it does, that team, they're bound to win it. So going into this, that's just a huge confidence builder for DePaul. Being the number 7 seed, going into the finals, upsetting the competition. I mean, going off of a win with a forfeit in the beginning, I feel like the first team that they were facing off against, even though this isn't what happened, but they just must have seen DePaul and they're like, oh, these guys have been practicing, they've been scrimming, they're dangerous. We don't want to be just dumped on in that first series. So they waited, they saved their efforts for the semifinal. And that's what we saw in this one, just domination out of DePaul.
Not at all what I expected, and I think those of you, the loyal EGFC fans at home who watched this regular season, I don't think you expected this result either, but that's what we love here at the EGF. Expect the unexpected. We've had some great Rocket League action, and it's not over just yet. Seton Hall earlier today punched their ticket to the finals, and of course just now DePaul made it as well. So it's going to be Seton Hall versus DePaul for the Big East MAAC Challenge Championship when we come back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
This is the Seton Hall story, one that comes to life every day on our campus. This is the place where great minds discover, innovate, collaborate, and find their true calling. This is the place where passion has a purpose, where learning inspires leading. The bonds we make, the values we teach, inspire our community to take heart and take action. This is Seton Hall University. This is what great minds can do.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
just constant, absolute terror. And I can't explain how intense, how strong, how all-encompassing that terror is. Unless you do this, you're gonna get killed. You're gonna die.
Hello everyone and welcome! The wait is almost over. It is the MAAC Big East Challenge and we are here at the grand finals for Rocket League. We've got DePaul University facing off against Seton Hall and it should be a great match. I am of course Cool J and I'm joined with my co-caster Vaudible. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, not good for Seton Hall after seeing the 1 goal per minute in 3-0 sweep fashion that Paul showed up in the semifinals. So, going into this one, it's anybody's series, but I feel like Seton Hall, they can't hold their punches. They have to go full throttle against DePaul if they want this victory here.
Yeah, the way that DePaul was playing against Xavier, honestly, I know DePaul is a good team. I feel like they had a bit of a down season in the regular season. But I was not expecting them to come out like that. So Seton Hall, they're going to have to be at their A game if DePaul can keep it going. And an early shot attempt off the kickoff, that's what we like to see, Seton Hall getting out to the early aggression here.
Yeah, already in the first 10 seconds, we saw that shot going towards the net and save from Lavish. And kind of used to seeing him on the defensive end doing that, but a miss from him, not able to do enough work to clear it out of their side. Jaco has a chance, but Tone is going to send it the other way instead. And finally, really the first time we're seeing DePaul, at least for the semifinals on, have a challenger pushing them back to their own side.
Yeah, definitely. Especially after that Xavier match, DePaul basically was never in their own half. But this time around, it's a little bit different. We'll see if they can keep up their scoring pace. For those of you who are just joining us, in DePaul's series against Xavier, they scored 1 goal per minute. They had 15 goals across 3 games. An absolutely cracked scoring pace that I don't expect them to keep up. So far, we're a minute in and they haven't scored just yet. So already they're slowing down.
Yeah, most of the momentum actually being in the favor of their opponent, Seton Hall. So they were watching that series. They had to take their time, see what their approach would be going to this one. And so far, the offensive pressure working out in their favor. Even on the transition that we saw out of DePaul, it just hasn't been enough for them to get those shots that were so easy for them in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the other big advantage is, DePaul, they probably watched the match between Seton Hall and Marquette, but they were really focusing on their own match. But for Seton Hall, they were already in the finals. They were able to watch DePaul take on Xavier and really try and figure out where their opponent was at, try and figure out what kinds of things they like to do, figure out how they want to attack it. So I would definitely give them that advantage. I think both of these teams have a great coaching staff, it seems. It seems they've been putting in the work in the practice room because their offensive setups and their defensive rotations have looked crisp and clean all day long. And it's resulted in this stalemate as we're almost halfway through this game 1 and there are still no scores on the board.
The series is really going to determine who is the best Big East team and MAAC team, I guess, because all of the MAAC teams have been eliminated so far. So it's just Big East versus Big East trying to prove themselves better than their scores were when it came to the regular season. Almost saw Tone try to put one in there, but not enough for either him, Green, or Vibe to try and put that first goal through. And really them having the majority of the aggression, but we've seen DePaul just managing to hold on so far, and that demo going to open up an opportunity for them to transition.
Oh, and Jaco with a wide open net. How does this open up? Let's take a look at the replay. Blackgate sets it up. Green, not a great touch there. And Vibe was kind of in the corner there, not really doing much. Seton Hall, I think, just didn't have their rotations down there.
Not the greatest chances for Seton Hall to try and get that away from their side. And even after all the shots, all the aggression, and another one there almost going through the upper 90 off the kickoff. But all this opportunity, just none of it coming to fruition for Seton Hall. We've seen 4 shots from them, 3 from DePaul, so pretty even on that end. But majority of the possession was for Seton Hall, and even then, they're kind of struggling like they did in that first game against Marquette.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that Seton Hall, they do seem to struggle in these game ones, but it's their ability to adapt that helps them win series. And I wanted to mention as well, oh man, I can't remember. These teams did face off in the regular season. I believe it was a pretty heavy-handed affair.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly what their scoreline was then. I know we were looking at the stats after the semifinal was done between DePaul and Xavier, and it was a 5-game series at that, and Xavier ended up taking it. So they definitely got their revenge and then some against Xavier University after that crushing defeat they had there. Yeah.
I mean, really, there's no other way to describe it. Our fact check monkeys got on the job in the middle there, and in the match in the regular season, Seton Hall beat DePaul 3-0, including a 6-2 victory in Game 2 of that set.
Wow.
So it was all Seton Hall all game long, but this time, Jaco and DePaul are coming back with it, and this is what I'm talking about. Getting in the practice room throughout the season, working on your mistakes, cleaning things up, and coming out and looking incredible in this tournament here today.
It's just been all Jaco all day long, at least in this game. Tone's going to have a chance at it, but couldn't get the second block on that to put it on through, so Vibe might have a chance of his own to try and get something going for their team. But I mean, the defense of DePaul, I feel like from what we've seen today, unparalleled with the way they've been able to prevent all these opportunities from going in and stopping them while they are in progress.
All right, as time ticks down, it seems like this one is all but over. Seton Hall, how many shots have they had? Seton Hall has had 6 shots on goal. They've had more shots on goal than DePaul, but they have not been able to follow through and actually get the ball in the net. And as the time ticks down, that one, now it's pretty much guaranteed.
Oh,
okay, Tone able to put one in, but still, DePaul going to take game 1 here 2-1.
Already doing better than Xavier with that final goal there, but I mean, the game was already over at that point. If it was a few seconds before, they might have had a chance to go to an overtime. And we haven't really seen many overtimes today. I don't know if we've seen any, actually, from what I was looking in the VODs, but it's just crazy. DePaul, they were pushed back so hard in the beginning of this game. They were able to come back, get that first goal, and the momentum completely shifted in their favor. Seton Hall just seemed like they were none the wiser, even though we saw 6 shots from Tone. His teammates, like we said in the last game, they have to get involved too.
Yeah, I will say, certainly since we started casting, there have not been any overtimes. It's been pretty one-sided affairs throughout the day. But this game 1 in this finals really was, it was all DePaul. Seton Hall, I need to see them do something. They got so many shots on goal, but they just couldn't follow up on anything except for that last second goal, which, almost was just given up for free, really.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of similar to what we saw with that last goal with Xavier, the only goal they got in that entire series. So we got to see Seton Hall pull off what they did in the previous series, which is, after they kind of got thrashed in the first game. It was the exact same scoreline, 2-1. If they can come back and just completely shut down their opponents, because that's what they did. They got 3 games in a row with their opponents. I think it was Marquette not scoring a single goal. So both these teams, once they're able to adapt, they're pretty dominant, but we got to see what Seton Hall can do to get back into the series.
Well, we're already seeing their adaptations come into play. Tone was trying to play it across the middle there. He was outplaying several DePaul defenders. Fortunately, there was no one across the middle to follow up on his crossplay, but it was very dangerous. It's really kind of posturing, kind of going for the big confidence and tempo plays, trying to see what you can get away with, and Tone got away with quite a bit there.
Yeah, so much that they are just being given by this DePaul team whenever they're on offense. But even then, it seems to be a little calculated. They're taking their time. They haven't really been boost starving them too much. I mean, that's one of the first few times we've seen them take the boost out of the corner from DePaul, and they're just managing their resources pretty well, going for those small boost pads to make sure that no matter where they find themselves on defense, they have what they need to break out.
All right, and we're more than a minute in, no goals again. Both teams getting off to a slow start as in game one. Everybody's flying at the ball. It's a big rumble
What is that
down here. Demolition Derby. Finally, the ball pops out. But that one was pretty interesting. Everybody getting scrappy in the middle there. Is this rugby or is this Rocket League? I don't know.
We just need the Benny Hill theme to complete whatever we just saw there. And that was a great touch from Green, but not going to be enough to put it on through. Vibe had a chance, barely off the mark as well. Gets the demo, works out. They're having a wide open opportunity. They just had to take out all contenders defensively, and eventually they'll get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really interesting. If you just destroy the entire defense, they can't stop the goals. Forehead? I mean...
Yeah,
it's just that simple.
We didn't see any demos in the previous game for Seton Hall, so, you know, maybe that's their strategy going into this one. The adaptability we talked about before, we really got to see what DePaul can do because they didn't really have any competition in that previous series. This is the first time they're being brought to task. And so far, at least in game 2, seeming a little lacking.
Oh, a great touch. Oh, and it's wasted. Tone in the corner had an incredible touch there centering that up, but Vibe could not finish it off.
Ooh.
You hate to see it.
A few of those happen before too, but it seems like there was a disconnection from Blackgrave, so we'll see what the ruling is on that. I'm sure you're a little bit more familiar than I am, Cool J, but I think they're still playing on, seeing if that player can reconnect into the lobby there. And I guess we have a bot subbing in for them right now, but you know he's not going to really be doing any damage. That second goal going in, and down a man, it's very tough to see what they can do there. We're just trying to see what the protocol here is for the DC, because
I'm not sure actually. I don't think I've ever seen a player DC from a match before. So.
Yeah, you know, Tusk just doing his best, as best a bot can, to try and support this team while they see what their player can do to get back into this lobby. But Black Wraith joined the match, I mean, down 2, and the ruling is a restart unless there's a definitive victory condition, according to Tyler. So we'll just have to communicate that with them, because those 2 goals definitely wouldn't have been going in, so see if can let them know to restart, and then we'll get another matchup going.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's funny because how lucky have we been to go through this whole season, and I've never seen a player DC. Yeah, since we were within the 1 goal, luckily, it's just going to be a restart. We're going to go ahead and get the lobby ready, but...
Yeah, and I think like that goal also happened in the time where it seemed like Blackgrave was also like kind of disconnecting. Like we saw, I think it was Tone like bumping him around, and then had the match that he left. So we'll see if that 1 goal stands or if it goes into complete series with just them being started off from there, but it's unfortunate to see that happen, so we'll have to get this next lobby up as soon as we can. Other than that, I mean, great way to turn things around for Seton Hall, starting off that game. And really, those last 2 goals didn't really count as much as we would have seen there, unfortunately, because having a bot in the lobby plus a player disconnected and it being so early into that game, we'll have to see what happens here.
I've just never seen that before. We've been incredibly lucky throughout this season, since we've been all online, of course. I mean, we're usually all online, but to not have any DCs, very, very lucky, but very interesting that it happens today.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate if you're Seton Hall, but that's kind of how the things roll out here as well. I mean, you had that 1 goal lead, you can get it again, especially with the way we saw DePaul playing there. So we'll have to see going into this next game. Let's get everyone in the lobby if things follow the way that it did before. server is the way it's supposed to be too. We'll see these players see how they can perform themselves in a competitive series at that, because with a player being down, it being that early in the series or the game itself, it's just difficult to keep that competitive integrity up. We'll have to see exactly if that goal that they scored at the beginning is going to be counted or not, but I believe it's just being a complete reset, so we'll have to see the exact ruling there before we get into it, but very unfortunate on the side of Seton Hall.
That's my understanding as well, is that we would just fully restart. It is tough, you know, since they did have a goal. That's honestly, but the thing is, there was so much game left. There's like 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was past the first minute, but you know, since there hasn't been a situation like this during the regular season, we're just trying to do our best to make sure we got the ruling correct before we get this game all started again. We'll keep you updated on all of that stuff too. This will be the second game of this best of 5. First one going to DePaul, 2-1. So have to see what happens going into this one. Currently waiting on more updates on that end.
Yeah, I mean, I would say DePaul definitely had an advantage, but
You mean Seton Hall?
Yeah, Seton Hall had an advantage, but I wouldn't say it was a huge advantage.
No. Because it's not like a straight, like they were scoring so much and then there's a disconnect sort of thing. So we're just trying to see exactly if there is that one goal that will be scored. And it's pretty easy to do that. You just have both teams agree to have that one goal be let through and start from there. Or if we are going to just have a complete reset. So we're just getting the full ruling there before we get back into this one. Any thoughts about, other than the restart? So apparently it is a full restart that we'll be getting into this too. So just based on the rulings as things are. So we'll get this game started up 0-0. Unfortunate for Seton Hall, but with the way they were playing before, I feel like they're going to be fine because they were kind of taking DePaul to task at the beginning of that game. And if they can continue the way they were before, they're going to be fine to get that goal right back for themselves. And they can't let the way this goes just keep themselves down for too long.
Okay, so we're ping-ponging now. But it seems like everyone's here, so I'm not sure why
there we go. We were waiting on green. Yep, sweet. We're getting into this matchup. Sorry, everyone, for the delay on what was happening there. We just had some disconnections and had to clarify on the rules, but it is a full restart. And, you know, they are being kind and actually themselves leaving the net open to have that first goal scored. So definitely some good sportsmanship there between the players, even though it is a full restart by the way of the rules of EGFC. But, you know, themselves, they thought, okay, you know, they scored that goal. We got to play as competitive as we can going into this. We want that win to be deserved and earned. We don't want it to be because of a full restart. So kudos to both teams agreeing to that before we get into this one. Now we'll see a full competitive 5 minutes of play to see exactly who comes out on top.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, even still, it would give a slight edge to DePaul because they have more time now to try and get that goal back. So, you know, the rule book says what it says. The teams are going to agree there to have that goal go through. That's fine. They're going to play their game. We'll see if they can make it happen. DePaul, of course, not slowing down one bit. Jaco going for a goal attempt there. Vibe going to deal with it. Now these teams playing back and forth. And now they're playing slow. This is very interesting because both of these teams are playing so fast throughout the day today, but really trying to slow down the pace. We'll see if it works. I feel like that would favor Seton Hall a little bit more since they've generally liked to play that slow play style, but Tone, nothing slow about that one from all the way across the pitch.
Man, and what a way to do that too. I mean, it is neat that they gave Green the first goal because he was the one who scored the first goal before the disconnect happened, and then Tone really just took them to task when they were on the defensive end, caught them off guard, and put that one on through. So great way to get that second goal. And you mentioned it, the slow pace of play favoring Seton Hall, but this ball going towards their net, very dangerous. Didn't see enough of urgency out of DePaul to try and put that one in. What?
Yeah, so many touches right now, and this is what I see, what I need to see from DePaul. Them playing fast, them playing with urgency, like you said. Not letting Seton Hall do whatever they want, forcing Seton Hall to pick up the pace. Because I think Seton Hall, when they have to play fast, they make a little bit more mistakes. We saw it in the Marquette game earlier, but Vibe is determined to prove me wrong as he puts in a great shot over the middle there. Great setup. Jaco was in position, but just not quite able to stop that shot.
Man, and we said, like, going into this one, too, DePaul, since they have more time, it favored them. But, you know, Seton Hall, they're just going to take whatever is given to them and send it right back. I mean, 3 goals before that first goal was scored in the previous game before the disconnect. I mean, what a way to get back into this after kind of having yourself be distracted before getting into this game. So great to see that they've been able to bring themselves back, especially the way we saw DePaul dominate in that first game. So really reminiscent of their semifinal series against Marquette.
It could be. All right, so we're about halfway through. 3-0 in favor of Seton Hall. They've really turned on the Jets now. After actually losing game 1, like you mentioned. Let's see, can DePaul bring it back? So, right now, Seton Hall is just suffocating them, keeping them inside their own goal box here. Finally, Lavish is able to get a clear. Green is back, but he can't get a touch. Lavish plays it into the corner. It's a 50-50 ball. Mistletoe off the backboard. And these are the defensive plays that make such a huge difference, being able to go up and clear that ball from such a dangerous position. But it's not out just yet. Tone with a nice touch. Gonna stop that attack run yet again. But now the ball's bouncing in the midfield. Can he keep it pushing forward? A great stop and touch from Jaco. Blackwraith coming back down the pitch, and Mistletoe says, I don't think so. Just demos him right away and gets that ball right back.
Oh, man. Definitely a bit upset about that one. Had a pretty open opportunity there, but majority of the possession going in the favor of Seton Hall so far. I mean, we've only seen 2 shots in total from DePaul, which is very uncharacteristic of them. It's just been showing how dominant Seton Hall have been in game 2. Lavish having a chance here. Tone being in a better spot, but the challenge there from his teammate should have been enough on the block. He just didn't get up in time. And again, so many open opportunities on the DePaul defensive end.
Yeah, this DePaul defense really is just falling apart right now as Vibe scores again. Their rotations are just not good enough. And when they're trying to clear the ball, they're not getting it even to midfield, let alone past midfield.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see when this comes to pass. I mean, we saw the first goal there being super sportsmanship about it, letting that one in after the disconnect. But then after that, it's just been the Seton Hall show, and DePaul just have some. They were the special guests of it, but they just have been kind of silent the whole time. Even though we've been seeing so many questions left unanswered with all these opportunities that they've had, none of them really solid enough to get that first goal. And 4-0, very confident win so far if things continue this way in the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to have to take a miracle for DePaul right now to bring this one back. Scoring 4 goals in 40 seconds. Now, of course, we've seen them score in bunches. They can do it, but with every tick of the clock, it gets less and less likely for them. As you can feel the pressure building. I'm not sure if they have it in them.
Man. Seton Hall just proven themselves to be the dark horse destroyers, crushing the hopes and dreams of people that have upset the competition so far in this tournament. And they took down Marquette, who upset a lot of their teams who were the number 8, now the number 7 seed in DePaul. Not able to do anything in game 2 against their opponents. 0 goals, 4-0 in the favor of Seton Hall. I mean, this seems very similar to what we saw them do against Marquette in the semifinals.
Yeah, Seton Hall again making it happen. 13 shots on goal to just 4 shots on goal for DePaul. I mean, DePaul had 6 saves. I mean, But when you're letting in that many shots, there's only so much you could do.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple of opportunities from DePaul, but really it all went downhill after that second goal went through by Tone. I mean, the first one, it was a gimme because that's what happened in the previous game that was going to be played before the disconnect, and then it seems like they were disconnected from their controllers or something because they just weren't showing the mechanical plays, the rotations, and everything else we're used to seeing out of them because they left themselves open so many times and we never saw that in the previous games.
Yeah, just especially on the defensive end was where I was the most surprised. DePaul looked completely out of sync on that side of the ball. Just couldn't really do much of anything. Well, let's see. Now we're all tied at 1. We're going into Game 3, and it's essentially a best-of-3 series here in the Grand Finals between DePaul and Seton Hall. We're coming back at it. Can DePaul turn things around after a rough Game 2, or will Seton Hall keep the momentum going? Jaco and Black Wraith trying to set up a play there, and it had big potential, but it gets shut down by the Seton Hall defense. And now they're coming back the other way. Vibe! Jaco and Black Wraith are able to get there on the rotations. Can they clear this ball, though? Something they struggled with a lot in Game 2 is getting the clearances. Ball out of trouble for now, but not for long.
And it was really only out of trouble because they sent it back to their own side. So just the back passes, maintaining ultimate control of the ball, and boost. I mean, they've been boost starved for so long. That one was bound to go in anyway. So, you know, it was an own goal, but it doesn't really matter too much. It was just too powerful for them to get the save on that one. Just coming up from the goal line. And Tone, great touch by him. Lavish tried to do their best to knock it away, but even then, it just hasn't been as solid a play that we've seen from DePaul as the previous games of this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a mental thing or, you know, I don't know what's happening, but they've lost their groove entirely. They came out in Game 1 and they looked really, really good as well. But ever since then, this is really what impresses me the most about Seton Hall is their ability to adapt mid-series. They're able to come in. Oh, that was a nice save. Would have liked to see that earlier. Oh, okay. Lavish go back the other way. There we go. Okay.
This is the DePaul we're used to seeing. I mean, the great save. Jaco just taking the defender completely out of the play with the bumps. Then Lavish just going down Main Street, putting it into the back of the net with a special delivery, first class. And he's able to put that in, tie it up. First minute already gone. I mean, that's what we like to see from this team, but we need more than that if they want to get the lead back in this series.
Yeah, definitely. But tying up the game is huge. Oh my goodness. Oh, Green just in time on Mistletoe from long range. That one should have been worth 3 points, man. Oh my goodness. Look at this.
Way from his own wall. Boomer of a shot. 109 kilometers per hour. I just like seeing that just because it's a larger number. But it's 68 miles per hour. I mean, insane to see the power put behind that clear and just showing how well they are able to execute on these transitions.
Tone.
And yet again, Tone, 3 goals in a row. He is popping off.
Yeah, this is the Tone that I'm used to seeing. He is one of those guys in this league that just makes magic happen. There aren't very many of them, but when Tone has it rolling, there's really not much you can do to stop him. He's an incredible player.
Man, I feel like Seton Hall, they just coaxed their opponents into a false sense of security, losing that first game, and then they just completely dominate the remainder of the series, at least from what we've seen in the semifinals and here. But we got to see what DePaul can do to come back into this game specifically. They have had some good opportunities. They really got to pull out all the stops. Make sure not to overcommit too much either, because that's where we see Seton Hall be the strongest, is on the transitional play.
Yeah, we're just seeing great touches from the Seton Hall defense. Really shutting down these attack runs. Lavish with the demo, though. Black Wraith over the middle. Wide open net, but not enough boost. Can't make it happen. A great setup from DePaul there, and they just couldn't get it. Oh, so painful, but still, with 2.5 minutes to go, and the way that they're able to make these setups happen so quickly, this is definitely doable for them. Tone, though, coming the other way, looking to make magic happen. Look at the air dribble, but Lavish is not fooled. He's not going to let him pass him this time. Green brings it back the other way, trying to control this ball. Black Wraith with a nice touch, plays it off the backboard. Jaco towards the goal, but Tone is right there to stop him.
Oh, man, and again, nobody home. All three pushed up. They're leaving everything out on the field, and they feel like they have to if they want a chance at a goal. But even then, we see the defense just holding stalwart against DePaul.
Oh no!
He could have taken that one, but these executions just a bit lacking so far in game number 3.
Well, I mean, the worst part is the execution seems great, but they're just not getting the touches to finish it off. Yeah. I mean, it's just they're setting up these plays so beautifully, which so many teams struggle with, and then at the end of it all, they just don't hit the ball. I mean,
yeah, I mean, that's been a few times too. They've just been going a bit too fast, and they just lose control of the play at the end of it. The setups are great. The execution, they have the positioning and all that. It's just the perfect accuracy we expect to see out of them that we did in the semifinals. But, you know, Seton Hall, they're here to play and stay as long as they need to for the victory in this series. I mean, after this game, if things keep this way, they would only need one more to win the entire tournament.
Yeah, most definitely. It will. Whoever wins this game will be going to match point, and it's looking like Seton Hall is going to finish this one off. Green with a demo there onto Black Wraith. Shuts down that attack run, or does it? Jaco tries to waterfall it. Black Wraith is back in after respawning. Can he get a good touch on it, though? He is able to full vibe, but Tone and Green are right there. All three members in the goal. They are not letting anything through. Seton Hall, they could stay aggressive, but they are really trying to prevent the scores here. They want to ensure this victory, and so far it's working. 30 seconds left to go. Lavish bringing it over the middle. Black Wraith was in the center, but I wanted to see them meet for that goal. Okay, Black Wraith plays it off the wall. Lavish, though, can't get it because Tone gets a great touch. As the time ticks down, Jaco plays it into the corner. And now it is all down to this. Green plays it over the middle. Can they get the dagger? Oh, and there it is. Who else but Tone? His 4th goal of the game. All 4 goals for his team. And that all but does it. The final nail in the coffin here in Game 3. I don't think DePaul can come back from this.
Yeah, definitely not in this game as far as it's concerned. I mean, less than 15 seconds now, and Tone having another opportunity for a 5th goal, but he's not going to get that. Luckily enough for DePaul, but man, it's just been insane to see the exact same story as we did in the semifinals come to fruition. I mean, the first game going the way of their opponents, they have some confidence going into the next game, and then we just see Seton Hall taking it all the way, the distance. They are endurance runners when it comes to the competition here, whereas DePaul and anyone else they have faced so far have just been sprinters. They go as fast as they can trying to sweep the series, but that's not what Seton Hall are here to play. They're here to slow things down and then just make it so there's no chance for their opponents to overcome the aggression that they showcase.
Yeah, I mean, shots on goal, very similar. DePaul had 9, Seton Hall had 10. Saves exactly the same for both sides. Very similar assist numbers as well. Really, the difference in this game was Tone. And I talk about Tone as one of those guys who makes magic happen. And I really, he really is. There's a few guys in this league. Samba would be another one of them, I believe, for UTA. When they're on the pitch, when they have the ball, you want to see what they're going to do because you know it's going to be something great. And he was the difference there in Game 3, bringing his team to match point. Here in the Big East MAAC Challenge, we are in the grand finals. It is a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 for Seton Hall. They're looking to finish off this series and take the championship. DePaul, of course, wants to bring us to a Game 5 because they do not want to be done with their day just yet. But Tone!
Oh, man.
Tone wants to put him to bed! Put him out to pasture! Oh, my goodness!
Wow. I mean, all by his lonesome, too. Just taking his time with the approach, setting himself up perfectly, going for the rebound after the touch off the wall. I mean, amazing execution by him. And we saw going into the semifinals, everyone in the chat was talking about Tone, the casters talking about Tone, and he is really showing up and here to play today, only potentially needing that goal to win this entire tournament. But still, 4 minutes and 30 seconds remain for DePaul to try and come back, or else they are going home empty-handed.
No.
Green with a touch. Nobody is anywhere near that one, and it's a quick 2-0.
And that is the first time someone not named Tone has scored for Seton Hall since Game 2.
Yep. Wow. That's just crazy. I mean, going into this one, with the way DePaul were... Oh, man, Tone just baiting out the defender. Would have been nice if we saw Green take out Jaco there, but...
Jaco was not fooled.
He has a chance, yeah.
All right, Lavish in the midfield. Oh, Vibe just going to knock him away, not letting him win that one in the midfield. Tone plays it in. He's trying to bounce it off the wall again, but can't quite get the angle this time around. Green, he is just the enforcer for this team. Every time I see him, he's ramming into someone.
As he's saying, he gets a demo into
the
Jaco
timing
too.
on that could not have been better.
I mean, the best way to just discombobulate the minds of your opponents is just take them out of the play. Another shot barely whizzing by the crossbar there, and Lavish taking a ride on the other car, but still, the efforts we've been seeing out of DePaul, none of them have stuck yet for them to get something going in their favor in this game.
Tone with a great touch. Vibe trying to redirect. It's going to bounce off the backboard here. A great touch there from Lavish to get that danger away, but it is not gone just yet. Finally, the clear from Jaco. Black Wraith just inches away from a redirect there. Now Jaco in the corner, plays it in the middle. Lavish for the goal. Off target. That could have been a great shot there to try and get back in this game, but still 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time for DePaul to try and even up the score. Green playing it down. Tone, of course, been so dangerous all game long.
Wow. Wow. I mean, Green and Tone, the offensive masterminds of this team, it seems like, just able to do anything they can without issue or challenges from their opponents. 3-0, approaching the halfway point of this game. I mean, Y Value said it best in chat. Game, set, and match if it continues this way.
Yeah, really. I mean, oh my goodness. Tone, the angle again. Almost put another one in. And there it is from Green. I want to look at this one again. So Miss Tone, of course, has a great shot there. Great touch from Lavish, but Green just comes right back in. And what do you do? What do you do? You can't do anything. You got to watch it happen.
What you got to do is just intercept these challenges before they even happen. I mean, Jaco has a chance to go off the wall, but again, Green just in position, takes it under and now over. Tone, if he got the connection there, that would have been beautiful, but even then, I mean, 4-0. Took less time than it did in Game 2, and they're in the previous game, excuse me. Now in Game 4, looking even more likely that they are just going to ride this out to victory, as we have seen no challenges from DePaul since the first game of the series.
Yeah, DePaul really kind of disappeared. I'm not sure what happened to them. They've shown some flashes throughout this series, but, you know, aside from Game 1, really nothing consistent. It's always just, you know, we see them. They're so close on these tries. They have such great setups. They just can't make it happen.
Yeah, we did see one goal. Oh, man. Jaco patiently waiting on that one. That was actually a 200 IQ play there. He knew that there's no way if he challenged him in the air he could get the block, so he just took his time, perfectly timed that one as well, get it out of their side. But, I mean, we saw one goal from Lavish in the previous game, so not a complete shutout on the comeback train we saw from Seton Hall, but, you know, they've just been all over the place in a good way on offense.
4-0, 1 minute to go. Seton Hall fans out there, are you getting a little nervous?
I don't know.
Does this affect you at all? Do you still feel like your victory is imminent? Because Black Wraith put one in there, so 3-score lead, but maybe DePaul is opening the floodgates. We'll see. As the ball is kicked off here, Vibe plays it in the corner. Jaco coming down the pitch now. Green and Tone are both there. Place it over the middle. Oh, not a great touch there. I believe that was Lavish trying to get on the end of that.
Man, you can't
that was a
miss
goal
those.
opportunity. How many of those have we seen from DePaul where it's just such an easy goal opportunity that they just miss?
I think that's been at least 6 at this point, counting this game and the previous one. They've had some open opportunities. It's just been a little bit off target with some of these, and that's kind of the name of the game for DePaul in this series, not being accurate enough to get those goals. And what a great save by Green. That could have been the comeback going in the favor of DePaul, but shutting that one down completely. Less than 25 seconds now.
Oh no. Less than 20 seconds to go, and it's all but over. Jaco and Black Wraith, they're not giving up, but Tone is here to shut the door. With 10 seconds to go now, they basically need to score immediately and then get 2 kickoff goals. No, and Tone, he wants it all.
What a play!
Green with a hat trick in the final game of the series, 5-1. And ladies and gentlemen, Seton Hall are the Big East MAAC Challenge champions. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That was insane to see. I mean, we saw Tone trying to just do it by his lonesome there, but Green getting the hat trick and the bump there, making sure it touches the ground, so the play just not extended that much longer. And what a series at that. I mean, after DePaul dominated their semifinal, they got shut down almost in that series. They got the first game, only got 2 goals after that first game in total. And Seton Hall, just crazy performances across the board from them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, really, really great stuff. What I always love to see from Seton Hall, and I talked about it so many times throughout the cast today, their ability to adapt is just so impressive, and I really love to see it. I'm very glad to let you guys know that actually we have Tone in the interview waiting. We should be getting an interview with him shortly. The man of the hour, the guy who made so many things happen. So be looking forward to that in just a few minutes here. I mean, what other thoughts do you have about this game, Vaudeville?
I mean, just that they are insane when it comes to adaptation, and they just bait their opponents into a false sense of security after those first games. I mean, we saw it happen with Marquette. We saw it happen here. It's the same second verse, same as the first. They lost the first game, very confident for their opponents, and then after that, it's just the Seton Hall show. So I'm excited to hear what he has to say about their journey to the finals here and their dominant victory as well.
Oh yeah. All right. So let's see. Let's try and get him in here. Let's see if he's ready to go. Hey, Tone, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
I mean, we're doing great. we saw you make some incredible plays. I really talk about you as one of the guys in this league who makes the magic happen, and I'm wondering, what is it for you about the preparation, especially going into these? It seems like you guys always have like a second gear that you hit, the adaptations you make.
Game 2, yeah, the Game 2 gear.
Can you kind of speak to that? I mean, is it coaching? Is it a team thing? Is it kind of a mix of both?
Well, when you play a lot of like tournaments and just like competitive Rocket League, you start to realize that Game 1 really doesn't matter. Like the most common series score is 3-1 in the pros. So the first game is really just feeling out the other team. So it really doesn't matter that much. We lost, got unlucky, had a few defensive mistakes, and then we just fixed it.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds about...
Makes sense to me.
Sounds like what we watched. I mean, DePaul put up goals in bunches in Game 1, but really couldn't do much of anything throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing pretty well.
I have a question for you as well, just to cut in real quick. So, in that 4th game, with those 4 goals that you got, I mean, what was your mindset after you got the first one and you just saw the play of DePaul just kind of fall apart at the seams?
They were just leaving like a lot of openings. Like they pass like a lot, which is a good thing, but once you start just cutting off their passes, they just don't know what to do. So that was really where all my goals came from.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it seems like you have a great understanding of the game, and you're always super fun to watch. So I want to thank you, of course, for coming in for the game today. Congratulations, dude.
Thank you guys, too. Thank you for having this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it a lot.
Of course, and for everyone else out there, I want to thank you so much for tuning in today to watch. Of course, this has been the MAAC Big East Challenge produced by EGF. We had so much fun today. You can follow EGF on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere, at official EGF. Of course, I've been Cool J. You can find me on Twitter at CoolJ_TV.
And I've been Vaudible. You can find me on Twitter at Vaudible. You know, pretty simple at that. And thanks again for putting on this tournament, EGF. And it's been amazing to see Seton Hall with a dominant victory there. Congrats again to Tone, who we just interviewed.
Thank you, guys. Happy holidays, guys.
You too.